the throttle, victory is mine. Show you the harder the battle, harder I fight. I've come too far to quit. Step back, I'm going in. I'm cranking up on the throttle. This is how legends are made. This is how legends are made.
Welcome in, everybody. I hope you're having a good Thursday. Welcome to Road to Legends Season 2 Group B. Here is the panel. Obviously, me, host FM King. Louis, how are you doing tonight?
Good evening, I'm all good. How are you all doing?
Good stuff. Amal below me, how are you tonight?
Yeah, hope we're all doing good, buds. Appreciate having another chance on Group B.
And to the bottom right of me, Don Gaming. How you doing?
Yeah, I'm not bad, buddy. I'm not bad. How you doing, pal?
Good stuff, good stuff. Are we looking forward to tonight?
Of course we are.
Should be a close group, I think.
Yeah, the tournaments we've had so far have been absolutely incredible so far, and I don't see that changing for this one either.
Yeah, I reckon it'll be just as exciting as last week. So what we'll do is we'll run through some competitors, as you've just seen a little video of them there, before we start the draft. So we'll start off with Pokes. I think that's you, Dan.
It is. I actually had a quick chance to chat with Pokes yesterday, so managed to get a little bit of information behind himself. He's currently doing what I would call a very interesting save. He's doing a sort of United City of Manchester sort of breakaway, or whatever it is that they call themselves, with Tottenham. So he started with them in the 10th tier. He's taken over them, a couple of years into the future. So he's let the AI manage them for a bit, then taken over. And, he's just trying to work the team up. It sounds like a very interesting save. Sounds like it's going okay so far. In terms of drafting, he seems quite inexperienced. He says he's taken about, in a couple of community drafts. And his first sort of major draft was last week, which was the path to the playoffs, which didn't go the best for him. So hopefully he can, bounce and improve on those results. And he said his expectations for tonight is to just, see how he gets on. He says that he feels this is harder than the playoffs based on the sort of top two and best placed third in particular, and less time to prepare with the steps that we give compared to what the playoffs give. So he's just hoping that he has a level of fun and enjoying connecting with other competitors. So I think that's great to hear. To be honest, I believe he did finish 7th in that path to the playoffs. It's not the best result, but again, for a debut draft in the level of field that I believe was in that path to the playoffs, Mal, I believe that was your group, if I'm right and correct.
Yes,
and
hello. Yes, that was me.
It was a very tough field that one. So I think there'd be experienced drafters that would have struggled in that place. So I wouldn't take that too much disheartened from that performance if I was Pokes myself. But he is also a regular in what my notes say here is a Jaffa community draft. So I'm not really sure what that community draft is. Somebody in the chat will know. There's a lot of community drafts out there. They're all very, very good. And, I would also recommend to anyone who is in the chat, go and find yourself a community draft, guys, because there will be one out there that will suit the time that you are able to play. And, these things do help you get into these draft competitions. So he's obviously built off of that. He's now had a shot in the playoffs. He's now getting a shot here. Let's see how Pokes gets on. Let's hope for a better result in the playoffs for him.
Good stuff, Dan. Good stuff. Right, we'll go over to Louis this time with a little update on Scoops.
Scoops. What can we say about Scoops? Look, I haven't had a lot of time to prepare for this, so I was absolutely delighted to see that I got Scoops. Absolutely incredible streamer. Love being in his streams. All the variety. Less said about his FM playing though. In games, the better. I'm sure he usually starts off saves with I'm going to rebuild this team, get sacked, ends up in the National League, and then we go from there. But I mean, he's doing a rebuilding Everton save at the moment. Took a turn. Yeah, it did indeed. Doing rebuilding Everton at the moment. I've not been able to be in and see too much of it so far. But from what I gather, actually, he's not doing too bad with that one. So maybe he's turned the corner a bit. He's been in FMTM recently. He finished third in Group D. So obviously some lessons there that he can probably bring into this one. And then got to the semi-final of the Super League qualifying. So yeah, I mean, he's got pedigree. He not so much in FM23, I don't think so much, but definitely FM22. He did an awful lot of big draft. So it's a good bit of experience in there. So let's hope he doesn't bring his actual AI playing FM quality through.
Thank you for that one, though. Right, we'll go over to Mal with a little update on Roy.
Oh, what can you say about Roy? Roy is the Lord of the Club Shot Cup, the owner and long time winner of the Club Shot Cup. He's also won it 5 times, not 4 times like the tweet says. Apologies for that, Roy. And yeah, he's also the only person in I think either of our groups to actually win RTL. He was back in FM22 season 4. He came in, I think, at this sort of stage and then went on to win it. Less said about how he did in season 5 the better because he didn't do too well in the finals, but this is the only RTL winner we have in the groups, and I'm pretty sure it's been his only ranked draft experience so far. So he has been streaming his prep for about a couple of hours since the SIP came out. It's been getting short. I think he's got about 70 to 80 players on it at the moment, so he's definitely gone in depth. I did have a chat with him before as well. He said he didn't have much in the way of expectations for this because he has not been in the way of drafting very much. This is his first proper ranked draft for FM23, and he didn't do too much in FM22 outside of RTL. His tactics, he describes his tactics as balls to the wall, so that should be interesting as well. Yeah, that should be interesting to see how Roy's going to do it. He doesn't have much of his expectations, but he does have pedigree, so we'll see where he gets to.
Nice one for that, Mal. Right, we'll stick with me this time and we'll introduce Badgie. Obviously, many of you may know him as the former Down the Local host and owner. He's always looking forward to being involved in Road to Legends. When I spoke to him the other day, he's a little bit nervous as his FM Masters didn't go to plan. So he's a little bit nervous. And it's only his second draft of FM23. Although, if you go back to FM22, he was FMTM Season 4 winner and Season 5 runner-up, if I'm correct with that. He hasn't streamed much FM at the minute, but he has quite a bit of drafting experience. It's also one wasted possession. And he's been semi-finalist twice in the FM playoffs. And he did comms as well for FMTM and the Super League. So he's got lots of experience. So don't be surprised for a good showing tonight. He did say the FM Masters started well but ended badly, and he's hoping to give a bit of a better showing tonight. So good luck, Badgie, and we hope you can do that. Next up, we'll go back to front this time. So we'll start again with Mal. If you could introduce Tamini for us, that would be great.
Well, Tamini is, I believe, the first Indonesian competitor we've had in RTL. I can't think of any others we've had in the past. He's sort of one of the big boys in the Indonesian or Southeast Asian FM scene, along with Garuda and Tenjo. He's been in a couple of round drafts. He was a runner up in the Sea Combat draft, which was the sort of the main sort of their big draft that they invited Ali and AJ over, and he was a runner up in that. And he's also appeared in the Winter Cup, and he got to the quarterfinals where he lost to the winner Sai, only 2-0. So that's also a good showing for him. I reckon he's going to be quite the underdog, and he does say so himself. He said he's going to be a dark horse and he wants to be giant killers. for his opponents and to represent Indonesia, Southeast Asia well this tournament. His tactic is described as super narrow, which I'm curious about. I'm sort of wondering how that's going to look. I wonder if it's just going to be like no wide players whatsoever. He's going to go that mental. Let's see. Yeah, he's very excited to debut, and I reckon he's got an outside shot of qualifying for sure.
Very interested to see Tamino. So next of all, we'll go to Lou for Not So Secret. If you could introduce Not So Secret for us, Butter.
Not So Secret is a very, very experienced drafter. Again, another one of those that hasn't done a great deal in FM23, but I've battled against him in quite a few different drafts over the last couple of years since I've been in the FM scene. It is a very, very tough opponent, and will give pretty much everyone a good game. I think the only things that we've got at the moment are he's finished third in the Winter Cup. Other than that, I don't think a lot in there. But he is the man. He is the owner of the FM Draft Diary account. So, if you do want to get into drafts, if you have a draft that you want to publicize, or if you're looking to get into a draft, go on Twitter, get onto the Draft Diary account, and there'll be updates of all different drafts that are out there. That you can join in and get involved in.
Lovely stuff, Lou. Lovely stuff. Right, we'll go to Don next. If you could introduce Brackle for us.
Yeah, so if I'm right and remembering correctly, Brackle was one of our qualifiers from our qualifiers a couple of weeks ago. I believe he finished in second place, just a point behind the winner. His current save, he's got 2. He's doing a Spanish network save. Again, I had the pleasure of having a chat with him. So he was talking through these. He is currently in season 1 with Valencia, and he's trying to push for the top 3 there. Tough network save that. He didn't say who everyone else is managing, but he's also got a personal save with Millwall, where he's managed to get them promoted first season, and now trying to push on and build them as a Premier League club. Very interesting sort of challenge that, because Millwall sort of aren't that sort of typical team that you see getting promoted first season from the Championship. So good luck to him with that. His original aims for this was to just make a name for himself in the qualifiers, but to get some more invites in the future kind of thing, which I think, with the way that we run our qualifiers, really isn't a bad objective. However, he said now that he's managed to get through the groups, his only objective is winning the competition outright. So he's gone from the lowest expectations to the highest expectations. I kind of love the confidence from him. He says he has a loyal following who deserve a trophy silverware somewhere in his cabinet. So that is definitely his sort of way to go. And his previous draft experience, he's done wasted possession sort of back in the day, when he's beat the likes of McKinney and San Maggio. So, he's beat big names in the past. So there's no reason why to think that he can't come, if he can find that form again, come and win tournaments. So there's a reason for that confidence. And obviously got through in Group 1. Missed out on top spot by 1 goal difference. He's actually corrected me on that, so I do apologise. It was 1 goal difference rather than a goal. That was to Iworth, if I'm remembering correctly as well. So again, he wants to be building on this form that he's had from the qualifiers. Let's see if he can do it.
Thank you, Don. Good luck, Brackle. Right, I'll introduce the last one then. Carrying on from Don there. Iworth, winner of the qualifier. Also, Tacticians Total Tactics draft host for the Discord that involves Stick Piano and Dalgy and Master Tacticians. So he should very much know his tactics. I've played with Worf quite a few times in community drafts, and he knows his stuff. He says he's very much looking forward to taking part again. When I spoke to him early this week, he was grateful for the opportunity to be in the qualifiers and then win it to make this stage, and it's exciting to be part of that. He says he puts pressure and expectation on himself to do well. He'd love to win the group, but the aim is just to qualify, ideally without the sweat of reaching the 3rd place point total set by Group A. So by that token, he's nervous that he won't be meeting his expectations. But I'm sure if he backs himself, he's got more of a chance of doing that. He doesn't currently do a stream save because he doesn't stream very often. He just does a few drafts. But he's managing Celta Vigo after starting at Coventry, so he's not doing too bad there. He's got a bit of experience in ranked drafts, just RTL from the FM22 cycle, and he's not had the opportunity to steal the show and demonstrate why Scottish managers are the best around, apparently. So maybe he's going to stake a claim to be the next Alex Ferguson tonight. We'll have to wait and see.
I mean, he would be if he wins it tonight, I believe he'll be the second or third Scottish RTL champion. So we're not doing too bad, us Scots in here. So we're doing all right. I'm just going to quickly jump in, King, just because I know you were reading stuff there. Thanks very much to Roy for subscribing.
Okay.
What an absolute legend.
Yeah, thank you, Roy.
Thank you, Roy.
So, how are we looking on the draft? Have we got time to go through a few picks?
Yeah, they've
Just
got
seem to be starting
the short listing at the moment, it looks like.
Yeah.
How long
so
have we got left?
They've got 3 minutes left on their short listing, so I think we've got a bit of time. I mean, we can
Right.
still discuss players when
Yeah.
they're drafting, as long as we're short picking up the
Well-
picks as and when.
What we'll try and do then, as we've got 3 minutes, is we'll go for each one of you for one good pick, one bad pick. We'll start with myself. I think great pick today has got to be Javi Galan, left back. Such a cheap option, but well-rounded, great crosser. He's a great dribbler, work rate, stamina. He's just all-round decent left back for the price. And for me, a bad pick would have to be Juan Mata. Although he's a very good passer and he's got good technique, he just can't move. He has to bring his Zimmer frame onto the pitch. And for £22.5 million, I think you can get a lot better. We'll go over next to Lou, if that's all right, for a good pick and a bad pick.
I'm just having a look in here. I think definitely a good pick in there for a proper good goal scoring striker, Immobile. I mean the man's record in the in drafts just in general is absolutely incredible, and when you've only got 200 million like you have, £30 million for a guy that's gonna bang in goals for you is an absolute bargain. Just having a look at the some of the bad picks. I think I said it in the last group or the qualifiers. N'Golo Kante, £61 million for what is a very good player in real life, but the stats, especially with the physicals for him, they just don't really match up to £61 million worth of player when you're spending just over a quarter of your total budget for a player like that. I mean, as I say, incredible player, but in drafting for this sort of budget, I think is a big no.
Thank you, Lou. We'll go to Don next for a good pick and a bad pick.
Yeah, so I'm going to pick my good pick as the striker who won me Road to Legends last year, about this time last year actually, and Yusuf Poulsen. He was an absolute machine for me back then. He's £13 million. He's decent in there. I say he's decent in there. He's one of the best strikers in this pool in the air. He's got an extremely high work rate. He's not massively slow. He's not rapid either, but he's a good all-round finisher for £13 million. If I had the choice between him and Immobile, I do probably pick Immobile, but he's half the price, and Immobile is going to go very, very quickly. Yusuf Poulsen's not one of those guys that tends to go. So for me, he'd be my sort of good pick. And my player to avoid, I'm going to kind of go down the same sort of route here as what Lewitt did. I'm going to go for Sergio Ramos. He's £47 million, and I will tell you right now, I will find a £10 million centre back that will do a better job than him. Simple as that.
Yeah, I definitely agree. Right, we'll go over to Mal, if you're there, for a good pick and bad pick.
It is probably worth sticking the streams up at the moment because we're just going to go for our first pick. But in terms of good players, I am going to vouch for Diakabi, the centre back, currently playing at Valencia. He's only 12.5 million, and he's got 16 heading, 16 jumping, 16 strength. Pace is 13, so it's not slow, and all the best things. Actually, there's nothing below a 13. So if you want to like a cheap, like relatively cheap centre back that you can start, that can start for you, be a threat from set pieces, then you can definitely do worse than him. So yeah, we've also just seen boy pick up Luis Alberto as his first pick, which is not what I expected.
Immobile had gone the pick before. Immobile had gone for
yes,
Tamini, so Tamini had got the first pick.
Immobile is Tamini's, yes. Yeah, it's Immobile's first pick for me, which is a good job on that, Louis. And yeah, Pokes has
gone for Navas as a first pick. That's unusual.
I think he's flagged fullbacks as an area that doesn't necessarily have a lot of players, because I've been watching him sort of prep there, and I think he's flagged the fullback as the sort of area that has issues for the stats that he's looking for. So it doesn't surprise me then, because Navas is one of those sort of really, really strong attacking fullbacks. If he needs really strong attacking fullbacks, Navas as a first pick really isn't a bad option here, because I don't think there's a whole lot of other very, very good ones in this pool.
Yeah, I can sort of agree a little bit there.
Yeah, I can mean for I suppose for 19 million, you could probably splash out a bit more and go for someone like Hakimi. No, he's not in this pool, is he? You can even go for someone like Having. So just pick people actually in this pool, not people who are not in the wrong nationality. I'm doing you there, Dom. Go for someone like Javi Gallan, who King mentioned, or you could even go for someone like even like someone like Lucas Digne for 21 million is a very solid all-round option. But
DeMarco is very good as well on the left.
Yeah. We've seen Kasper Schmeichel go as well. I was about to mention who went just before him, and my brain has just forgot, so I do apologize.
Cristiano Ronaldo went before him.
That was it.
That's a very early keeper pick. Very early keeper pick for Scoops there.
But Kasper Schmeichel has proven for a few drafts that I've watched recently to be probably one of the more capable goalkeepers so far. Certainly much better than a David De Gea or a Szczesny sort of more well-known goalkeeper. I think Kasper Schmeichel's very solid.
Yeah, I would say with goalkeepers in this pool, you have a plethora of good German and French goalkeepers. For me, I don't disagree with Kasper Schmeichel being a good pick. I think he's a cracking pick, but he wouldn't necessarily be a first pick for me, because there's so many good French and Germans that even if my first choice went, I'd have a Kevin Trapp, an Albin Lafont, a Hugo Lloris as kind of already in my mind as an option as well. There's obviously very good Italian ones. There's a couple of decent Spanish. David Rea's fairly decent for value for money, if I remember correctly. And there's a couple of decent Dutch goalkeepers as well. Not outstanding Dutch goalkeepers, but there is a reasonable one. Have we actually covered the step, by the way? I don't know if we did cover the step.
Yes. I might as well cover it now, yeah. The step is it's the nations represented in the final 4 Europa League group stage games, the ones that are going on right now. So we're picking from players who have French nationality, German, Spanish, Portuguese, Dutch. I'm missing a couple. Let's see if I can remember what it is. Italian,
Germany, France, Italy, Spain, Netherlands, Portugal, and Denmark. I've got up in front of me, buddy.
Danish, yes, that's the one. Yes. I did just see Brackle pick up Skamaka, which I do think a very, very good pick for 18 million. And then,
a very, very strange pick as well, but he's a Millwall fan.
Yeah, it's but then again, I suppose drafting means you can cross club lines. I still won't pick a Wigan player in my drafter. We've also seen, I think, Badgie picked up Rashford, and he's just gone for Javi Gallan as well. So he's picked up two very good wide players there. I mean, he's going to play Rashford on the wing. I'd stick him out there as an inverted winger myself, but.
Iwar's first pick as well was Pedro Goncalves.
Yes.
Very good shadow striker.
Yeah, imagine with how Iwar has to draft with the total tactics. If I'm right in thinking, that's not like a normal step thing. It's the step is the tactic rather than you draft. Yeah. So Iwar will have to be very adjustable naturally for his tactics, just because of the way his sort of community drafts run. So I imagine he'll look at players that can do at least or how I would adjust in that situation. I would look at players who can do multiple roles and have stats in key areas for different roles. So I don't know Pedro Goncalves too well. Mal, you're obviously allowed to go into him, so I do apologise. But
Goncalves is, I believe, he can play all across that attack and midfield three. I assume it's the right guy I can think of. He can also play as like a midfielder, left and midfielder, right. To be fair, anyone can play wing. He can play as midfield, left midfielder, right. They're the same positions. He can also play him as a mid as well if you want to. I've used him in I think I used him in a couple of the Super League qualifier drafts, and he actually is if you want somebody to sort of replace like a sort of like one of the big boy wings you've got, just to fill in the gap and get some fresh target on. He's definitely a good option, and for that price, sometimes a bit of a no-brainer depending on the budget.
I've just seen Scoops has picked up player. I'm just having a look. He was 13 or so million pounds. Can play on the left. Looks like as an inverted wing or an inside forward. But actually, for that price, apart from his work rate, probably his work rate lets him down a little bit. But he looks very, very good, and I've not actually heard of him before. He's currently playing for Borussia Mönchengladbach, so I think that could be a good, very good budget pick there.
Yeah, just to follow up sort of a budget pick. I mean, it's not necessarily a budget pick as such, but it's £13.5 million. Not so secret has picked up Nicolas Soulé, which just highlights my reason for why I don't pick up Sergio Ramos. Nicolas Soulé at £13.5 million is daylight robbery.
Yeah,
definitely. You could definitely get like a Maxime Lacroix or something that is like 4.5 mil. That's a lot better. So we've seen Vitinha go, the striker.
Yes. That's another good budget in inverted commas pick. He's 13 mil and he's a brilliant pressing forward if you're going to use that. I think he's a guy I've tried to get a couple of times, but he's been snatched away from me before. I've had a chance to get him as like a backup to one of my favoured pressing forwards. To me, he's just gone for Matheus Nunes. I believe that was his double
Jonas
pick.
Hoffman.
Jonas Hoffman as well, yep. Roy's hovering over Ayoke. Yeah, it's gone for Ayoke. Remember him being very good in FN22. I presume he must be still be decent in FN23. He's only 10 mil. I think he was one of those people who were like sort of I don't think he appeared in the Whirlpool or either did for certain budgets. So it wasn't like every draft. So for people to find him, it must be like a bit of a specific conditions.
He's a very good target forward, isn't he?
Yeah.
We're just seeing folks picking Nuno Santos, £16.5 million. He's a solid sort of all-round winger that can cover both sides. I know Limo is a huge fan of Nuno Santos and any pool that's sort of at this kind of budget level. So I'm curious to see how Pokes goes for him. The fact that, again, he was searching by stats and he was the only player that showed up really flags that he's looking for specific stats for specific areas. And right now he wants the strongest he can get. And he's not willing to compromise on these stats. So it's really interesting to see. Not so secret has picked up Thomas Delaney again. I actually really like Thomas Delaney as a CDM. I'm going to let maybe one of you guys talk about him, but he's one of my favourite CDMs in recent years.
Yeah, what a budget pick for £4.75 million. Thomas Delaney can play midfield and defensive midfield. He's got 16 heading, 17 tackling, 17 concentration, 18 work rate, 17 stamina, 17 teamwork, 19 bravery with decent positioning and anticipation. So he's a great ball winner. I think he can even do a little bit of a playmaker if you want him to, but his main job is to cause disruption, sort of like an N'Golo Kante, but a very much cheaper option, but also probably just as good with his attributes.
Yeah. So very expensive pick for Brackle. They're going for £42 million João Felix. I presume he must have thought this through too, because he's after 3 picks, he spent 84 mil. I'm not sure how that compares to others. I suppose it's like relatively comparable, so he must have cheaped out on one of his earlier picks.
Got to give Scoops a shout out there for the Olivier Giroud pick. Not only the sexiest man in the pool, but also a quality target forward.
Yeah. We've
Yeah,
just seen
he's,
overrated United, by the way, go for one of the most overrated players in the database. I just had to flag that up. I'm not sure who overrated United is, but I'm having words with you. It's Badgie. Oh my days! I'm going to war with Badgie. I'm maybe going to regret this. I'm maybe going to regret this in a couple of hours. But Alan St. Maximin for £15 million. That man can't finish. He can do everything else, but he cannot finish. Come on, Badgie. What are you doing?
I was looking at defenders. He's picked Maxine Lacroix first. He was just hovering over Todibo as well. Yeah. So there goes 4.5 million. Maxine Lacroix, if you want to come in on that now.
Yeah, he's brilliant, honestly, for that price. Like, I'm surprised he was that good last year. I'm surprised he didn't go up in price this year. He's just an outstanding cheap centre back. Very quick as well. 17 pace, 16 acceleration. I think he's got 14 heading, marking, and tackling. So even if you could probably start him and he'd do a very good job in this pool. Yeah, 4.5 million. That leaves you more budget to spend up front, which you can hopefully spend on someone big. Wolf taking his time with this pick. He's looks like he's going to wind the time down a lot.
Does he know he's only
he
got
doesn't
3
realise.
seconds left?
Oh no, there he goes.
There you go. He's gone for
Just in
Simicam.
time.
I think he just got.
Are you sure that was his pick?
I mean,
I think
yeah,
he just realised that he had 4 seconds left and he'd pick on the closest one. I am watching his stream on my other monitor.
Right. When you're saying that, the reason why I asked that is because I was watching Pokes and it went to 1 second and then as if it had auto-picked it.
No, he did pick it literally on 1 second.
Yeah. He did press the green button.
To be fair, for an auto pick, you could do worse than Simicam.
I don't know why he didn't just pick Todibo, the one that he was first looking at.
Yeah.
Maybe it was just a little bit of a panic towards the end because I don't know if he realised that was his pick again, and it's just got down and he's gone. Oh, I need to grab someone. I'm pretty sure he's on his short list though, so it was someone that he'd been looking at before.
No. As we see, Badgie pick Angelo Ogbonna for 14.6, and then Brackle with Mook to Diakabe 12.6 mil.
Love that pick.
I think Folks was looking at Ogbonna when he got picked, and I don't think he's realised he's gone. He's going to be very disappointed when that green button's greyed out when it comes back out to him, I think.
Yeah. And to be fair, Ogbonna, that is a very, very good. I'm just having a look at him now. It is a very, very good good pick. Brilliant. Really, really good physicals. Really, really good mentals. I mean, as a defender, his lowest thing is a tackling of 13, but he's a 6'3", great heading. He's going to be really tough to go against at set pieces.
So I think it's Scoop's 4th pick of the draft, Eduardo Camavinga, 24.2 mil.
I do not rate Camavinga at all in draft mode. And I think a big part, and maybe it's a mentality thing because I compare him so much to Tuchemeni, and Tuchemeni is just so much better at this stage of their careers. And they're very, very sort of similar sort of role players. I'm not sure what the price of Tuchemeni is, so maybe he's not relevant for this draft step, really. If if he's like 40 million, I think probably
it's about
don't
25.
go for him.
I think it's about 25, I think.
Yeah, but if he's similar price to Camavinga, there's no danger I'm picking Camavinga over Tuchemeni.
So we just see AJ will be happy with Not So Secret for picking Vincenzo Griffo at 12 mil. Yeah. I bet he's glad that AJ is not drafting tonight. Otherwise, AJ would have picked him already.
Yeah.
And also we see Jerry St. Juice go for 11.7 to Pokes. So we'll let somebody else come in now.
I mean, Griffo's never a player that I have used personally, but it does surprise me with the love that AJ gives him that he's not much more used because it's not just the love that he gives him, but it's the success that he has with him.
Yeah, he seems to be fits very well into AJ's tactic. I've seen other people use him to decent success as well. Like I think if you use him as that sort of pure winger, I think he must have something hidden inside him to make him like be very consistent or something like that. because he just again whenever he's with it, he just performs very well. On the Jerry St. Jude's pick, I mean, if you want a player who can do centre back and right wing back, you probably got the best one you got there. He's very pacey, sort of quite levels of pace: 17 pace, 6 in celebration, 14 heading, 13 marking, 15 tackling, and pretty consistently decent mentals across the board. It's a very good pick for is it 11 million?
Yeah, 11.7, I think it was.
Yeah.
I didn't see the pick after that, but 2 picks from Tamini, Varane for 27 and Mukiele for 4.5, followed by No Purpose FC picking Fernando Pacheco, the goalkeeper, for 3.75. So anybody want to come in on those?
Yeah, I mean, Varane is probably worth spending that much money on. He's probably criminally undervalued for that 27 million. He is like, if you're not going to use him as like a particularly ball playing sort of defender, but if you want a rock solid guy at the back who has some decent pace about him, Varane is definitely a man. Same Mukiele. Mukiele is also undervalued. He's not as good as Varane, but he's a pretty solid pick for sure. And Pacheco, I don't really know much about.
Pacheco, I'm just having a look at Pacheco now. Actually, for 3.8 million, he's not that bad. There's probably some better goalkeepers out there. 16 reflexes, 15 handling. It's not too bad. He's got rushing out tendency of 15, so maybe he could, as a sweeper keeper, maybe he might come out and sweep up some of those long balls over the top. Not a bad pick. I say probably some better goalkeepers out there, but a proper budget goalkeeper, that one.
Yeah.
The pick that we missed out on was No Purpose FC picking the fullback Rosier for 9.5. We've also seen Fabio Moretti, bit of a wonder kid this year on FM, go for 950 to Pokes.
Don't think that was a deliberate pick. He was looking at a player and he came out of that screen and his reaction suggested that he didn't realise it was his turn. So I suspect that Moretti is an auto pick here, guys.
Yeah,
it doesn't look like a bad auto pick for the price because he looked at him after it. But I think that's just a bit of bad luck where he's not realised it's his turn to go and he's looking at someone.
Yeah, it does go in a pool. Sorry, go on, man.
Yeah. So just clue that she's up on the screen. To be fair, 50k, he's actually quite decent. Yeah, right, Tom. He's like if he like as a cheap backup centre mid, probably comes as like a box to box or maybe even some sort of playmaker. He could do a very good job. So yeah, I think he's got a bit of somewhat to wear with that one. And hopefully he's going to use him because it seems like he's a decent player. Not really heard of him, seeing as he's quite young, so maybe he's got a bit of potential about him as well.
So you've got to in a pool where there's only 8 players drafting, keep your eye on the time because it does come round quick and it can come round and bite you, just as we've seen there. Catching up on a few picks, Pablo Mari's gone to Not So Secret for 7.2. Scoops then drafted Jonathan Tarr for 16.2. And he's a player that the person that drafted Jesus Navas, Pedro Porro, has gone to Brackle for 12.75. That is a lot better of a right back, I think, than Jesus Navas.
I believe it was Pokes that took Navas. I could be wrong. But yes, Porro is a very good right back as well. I think I go back to last year, and on FM22, Jesus Navas was my favourite right back in the game. He was about double the price, and obviously his stats have came down a bit. The fact that he's 37 now, you kind of expect that to happen. But he's the best going forward right back in the game still. I think Porro's better rounded, not quite as good going forward, but much better defensively. So I don't mind either pick here when you're comparing those two sort of head to head.
Yeah.
But yeah, again, another decent pick, I think.
I'm just looking at Scoops' stream at the moment. He's just finished it, but I think he got confused as to what he was doing because whether he's supposed to be drafting or actually in a rave with the glasses and the ravey lights in the background. But yeah, he's looking happy. He's sort of looking happy at the moment. I think the chat are trying to help him out, asking him if he's got someone that can do some good free kick taking for him. So and set pieces. So we'll see what way he goes there.
We're talking of good set piece takers. Iworth has just picked up Alex Grimaldo, who's a very good corner taker. I'm not sure if he's a good free kick taker. I can't remember that stat specifically. But again, a very, very strong left back in this pool. This pool, from what I see, it seems much, much stronger in terms of left-sided fullbacks than right-sided fullbacks. You've got Rui in there, you've got Grimaldo, who's obviously just gone. You'll have Jordi Alba in there, although I think he's maybe in the higher-end budgets.
Yeah.
But there's another two or three that, again, you've got Theo Hernandez and sort of that budget. You've got Dean Digne, Dean, whatever you want to call him. I've heard him called about 3 different things, so I'm covering all my bases. So there's a few. I will get some breaking transfer news at some point, AJ, but I'm kind of just letting these guys run it off. Wait a minute, breaking transfer news. I'm going to go with this one. One of my favourite players, another brilliant set piece taker, Maximilian Arnold, has just gone. I'll have to do that for AJ, by the way. But Maximilian Arnold is the guy that I'm going to talk about because he's an absolute monster. I know AJ has previously liked him and then fallen out of love with him. He's not getting any falling out of love for me. Top quality midfielder, needs some legs next to him, but he's going to get you goals from free kicks and corners.
Yeah.
So Badger has picked up Issa up for 9.5, and he's picked just before Iworth was Castrovilli for 4.75.
Castrovilli is a very good budget centre mid if you need one. Probably another one of those 4.5 million players. You could probably get a start if you needed to. It's got pretty well rounded from my memory. I think he's could slot in the box to box role. Issa Diop is big jumpy boy, as I like to call him. 16 heading, 17 jumping reach, 16 strength. So yes, very big jumpy boys and 15 tackling, 14 positioning, 40 pace and 40 acceleration. So it's not slow. So it's a very good pick for, was it 10 odd million?
Yeah, it's 9.9, I think it was. So yeah, 10 mil.
That.
Brackle's just picked up Leeds goalkeeper Ilya Meslier, 9.75. This pick on last year's FM, I think, would have been fantastic. This year's FM, I find him. I mean, I know goalkeepers are very up and down anyway, but I find him to have more mistakes than most. I don't know if anybody
breaking news. Sorry to break this up. Breaking news for Eloise. Yusuf Poulsen has gone to Scoops Callahan. So I know who Eloise is going to be rooting for in this one.
I mean, to be fair, Scoops is due to win something after his record in Question of Sport over the past few weeks has been absolutely abysmal. It's about time he won something. And the win to sign Yusuf Poulsen's a decent thing to win.
Yeah. He's winning Eloise's heart, if nothing else.
It's not so secret. Picks up Timo Bakayoko for 6.65 million.
Yeah. That's a very normal Eloise reaction to Yusuf Poulsen being picked in any draft. Pokes has gone for another very good centre back. There's been people seem to be sort of on the money with centre backs. It seems like this time around. Gianluca Mancini, he was on. I believe he was one of your. One of your suggestions in the sheet, wasn't he, Steve?
Yeah, it was. Yeah, Gianluca Mancini for just under 20 mil. I don't think you can go wrong. It's got 16 heading, 16 jumping reach, 16 standard mass, 16 work rate, 18 teamwork, concentration 16 as well as good tackling. So he's just an all-round good centre-back that you can have on for corners. He's going to do a good job for you.
He can also play the CDM role with Mancini,
yes,
which is historically where I've used him. Now, the stats you've said, he's had a big upgrade, and I've ignored him as a centre-back. The stats that you've just said, I'd now be looking at him as a centre-back.
Yeah.
But the fact that he can be used as a CDM as well gives you tactical versatility between, going from a 4 to a 5 or whatever. And it allows you just that sort of opportunity to move around. And, he does a job there as well. So, good pick. I'm surprised to hear some of the stats that you just ran off there, King, because I genuinely have always avoided him as a centre-back, and maybe I need to go and have a look at some stats.
Yeah. We just seen Tamini pick up Badia Sheila on his 7th pick. Then Duarte went to Oh, who was second? Now I'm having a brain
Went to
fog.
Roy.
To Roy Duarte, 11.7 mil. And then Robin Koch, no pun intended, has gone to Pope.
I'm kind of surprised Roy didn't pick up Robin Cox, seeing as his association with Mike's streams. But yeah, I think Robin Cox is very solid. He can play both at centre back and DM, do them both pretty well. I probably wouldn't be my first choice for picking him, but he's a very solid backup if you need him. And to be fair, he can probably do quite well as a DM this time around.
Not so secret has just taken the B-Tech Yusuf Poulsen, Jonas Wind. It's Yusuf Poulsen who can't run. I was going to make a joke about Robin Cox. I've decided not to. You know, we don't need pokes and cocks in the same sentence.
Yeah.
As we see, Luis Toussaint picked up by Scoops, and Brackle has gone for Crystal Palace Wonder Kid Michael Elise, £13 million.
Yeah.
Jonas Wind, I think was all. Did we cover Jonas?
Yeah.
I got Jonas Wind in. I called him the B-Tech Yusuf Poulsen.
Yeah, I think Tamini Ball's going to be upset about it because he was hovering over Tweeside a couple of picks ago, and he decided the end's going for him. So he's coming to compare between Kapuri and Pereira, I think, which I think is a bit of a leap to go that high in his budget. Kapuri is probably more of a sensible option for him at his £87 million budget with 13 player picks remaining. Assuming he goes full 20. Got another fullback going in Pablo Maffeo as well, going to Badgie. Badgie seems to be sort of trundling along, doing a half decent draft. It seems like he's picked a couple of decent players. I can't remember off the top of my head who he's got centre back, but I think a couple of his good centre backs were like kept here in mind as someone who's like, oh, he's very decent. Maffeo is quite a well-rounded guy. I'm a bit worried about his concentration of being at 10, but the rest of his stats seem nothing's below 12. And 14 pace acceleration means he's pretty quick going down the wings. 15 tackling and 13 crossing, 13 dribbling means he can do both ends of the pitch pretty well. 17 work weight. He's got to go up and down the pitch. And 14 stamina means he's probably not going to run out of breath. So,
I love this pick
solid
from Wharf. Central midfielder Nico Barella, 28.5 mil. It is a bit of a chunk to spend, but he's so good.
He has left himself. Yeah. He's got 7 picks. He's just about to pick somebody else now. He's looking at Pablo Soriba, but he's got 7 picks. He's got £65 million left. So he's starting to get to the point now where he needs to get some decent first teamers to fill those last spaces, and then be able to fill that bench with people that can do the job.
AJ just asked a pretty good question in the draft, and I think it seems we're like 7, getting towards the 8th pick. Who do you think is the best draft so far? I'm probably going to put for Brackle again. Like, I think he picked some very, very good defensive players, and also he's picked up a few decent like attacking and winger options. So yeah, and he's got looking at. He just saw in the screen. He's looking at Geary now. He's another very solid pick. So he knows what he seems to know what he's doing. I mean, he finished second in the qualifiers for a reason, of course.
Picked up his goalkeeper now, Alban Lafont. We'll let Don come in for that one.
Yeah, I just to answer that question as well, I think Iworth's definitely in that shout as well, both for qualifiers that sort of getting a mention here. Alban Lafont's one of my favourite goalkeepers, but Barella's in there. He's kind of just quietly gone about with his business here, Iworth. As you say, he spent quite a bit of money, but every pick, I think, we flagged almost every single pick. My brain can't keep up with all the picks and who's going where, but Iworth seems to be one that I feel like we're flagging quite a bit, which is always usually quite a good sign. So Iworth and Brackle probably the two that sort of kind of standing out to me at the minute. Obviously, I'm kind of watching too, but yeah.
We got Badgie picked Demarabi for 4.75 mil, and then Brackle takes Undav for £3 million, followed by Scoops with Nuno Tavares for £9.35 million. And not so secret with Sergio Pat. I've not heard of this goalkeeper before, but 5.25 mil. Not
Yeah, I've
sure
got
about
those
him.
stats now. Yeah, it's not something I'm too familiar with. And to be fair, we have noticed there's a fair few keepers going before I expect them to do. Like it's just pick 8. We've seen, I think, most of the field pick up their keepers.
He's
Yeah.
another one. Sorry for butting in, but Jasper Sillerson's gone to Pokes for another goalkeeper at 3.75 mil. Back to you, Mal.
Yeah, pretty sure that means we've pretty much got everyone picking their keepers this early, which is a surprise. Pat for how much is he? 5. That price is actually pretty decent. I wouldn't say he's.
Oh, huge pick here. Sorry, just to
Oh.
jump in there. Not So Secret has just picked up Serge Gnabry. £30 million. I am not sold on Serge Gnabry, to be honest. I have tried him a few times. I'm not saying he's a bad player. He's a good player. He's going to probably be quite strong in this field. But it's I just think he's so inconsistent. It's kind of like that sort of cheap Mbappe, if you like. I know 30 million is not cheap, but cheaper Mbappe, the mid-range Mbappe, where he'll either be absolutely insane today and you justify the pick, or he'll be absolutely terrible and you go, why did I spend £30 million on that?
Yeah, for sure. I'm thinking, especially in this pool, it's probably a bit too pricey. Like he's a very good player for sure. Like he's 15 dribbling, 16 long shots, 17 off the ball, and quite pacey as well. So he's definitely very solid. But I just can't see him being like that standout player you really need for that sort of budget in a £200 million that sort of price in £2 million budget pool.
Yeah. He has followed up with a £15 million pick of Nico Zanolio. Sorry to jump in there. I'm going to let whoever was going to talk there go on, but
I was just going to update on the picks. João Pedro, the £11 million, I think is the Brazilian one. He's the man with the great jawline. Pick for Tamini. Fratesi then followed up for his 9th pick, 4.7. And as we are with Don Zaniolo for Roy, 15 mil. Come back in, Don.
I'll tell you what, I'm actually looking. Tamini's got his some of his players up now. Matthias Nunes in midfield. He's got Immobile and Pedro up front. I think going forward, Tamini is going to be very, very solid. Unfortunately, I didn't get there in time to see what he had defensively, but it'd be very interesting to see how many goals that he can go forward and get with some of those players that he's got in his team.
A lovely pick here from Pokes, a man that scored a wonder goal against Chelsea last night, £5 million, Adeyemi.
I am not convinced with him as a draft player pick at the moment, not as a starting striker. When you compare the other strikers that are going to be in this field, I think Adeyemi is one of those ones who's very much the development player. He's not quite what Mukoko was last season, in my opinion, where Mukoko could be utilised as a starter as long as you had someone sort of near him to help him out. I think Adeyemi is just that little bit off, and I'd be very concerned having him as my lead line. You've still got guys left as far as I'm aware. As AJ says in chat, he's a great buy and saves. I have absolutely no question about that. Evan and Dick has gone as well, which I think is a great pick, by the way. We'll maybe knock on that in a second. But yeah, for me, just in draft, you can't develop these players. The stats are there. If that's your first line of striker, that'd be a big concern for me.
Yeah, very much.
I was going to just highlight someone who's still available, as far as I know. I might have missed a pick, is Moise Keane, who Mal used to great success in the Winter Cup.
Yeah.
And now I know we're on a budget and, that affects your buys, but a striker has to be one of the places where you're sticking your money, because if you can't score goals, then you're already at the back foot.
Yeah, he's definitely a developer. I don't think he's one that's going to set the draft alight. He's not going to be one that's going to be at the top of the scoring charts. We will just catch up on some picks. As Don was saying, Ndika went to Not So Secret for 10.8, followed by Inacio for Scoops for 11.7, followed by Tadibo for Brackle for 9, and then Badgie picking up Stephen Nzonzi for 10.45. A lot of young players going there.
Inacio, I'm just having a look at him now. I'm not really aware of him, but he's down as a wonder kid, and actually he's probably he is quite a decent player for 20 years of age. he's pretty much got all the mentals in a good place already. His technicals are decent, and he's 6'2", so he's not like I mean he's not the biggest, strongest defender in there, but actually looking like it could be a very good pick.
Yeah, it's not bad. I think Tadibo may be a bit more well-rounded. As we see, Wharf pick Noah Lang for 10 mil. That will be his 9th pick. Just about to take his 10th pick.
Yeah.
I'm not
Um,
particularly familiar
I
with Noah Lang,
believe.
but
I'm just looking at the chat here as well. Sorry, Mal.
yeah, no worries.
AJ's just mentioned Belotti at £5 million. I've had mixed success with Belotti, and my personal save has been brilliant, and drafts has been terrible.
Mm.
That's probably because my tactics in 23 have been pretty terrible draft-wise and good single-player-wise. So I don't think I'd be a fair judge of that. But £5 million for Belotti is actually a great shout here from AJ in terms of that sort of cheap budget sort of line striker. Someone who is more than capable of scoring goals against very, very top quality defenders.
Yeah, 5. I didn't realise he was only 5 mil. I feel like he was so much better in last year's FM. I've used him a few times, not in drafts, but in like single player saves, and it's not been the same player.
Yeah, I get the feeling he's sort of gone from like a starting striker last year to a striker. I mean, his price has gone down to reflect it, to be fair, but he was like, I think it was 30 odd million last year, sort of filled in that sort of Moyes Keane DCL gap of being that sort of price pressing forward. But now he's sort of, I guess he's been without a club for quite a while, or was without a club for a fair bit when when FM came out. So his stats have gone down to reflect that, I think.
10th pick from Iworth was Mads Roslev, 3.91 million, followed by Randall Munani for Badgie, £5 million, followed by Thierry Randall Carrera for Brackle for £8.5 million. Anybody want to come in on any of those picks?
Sorry, I was just dealing with the stream, so I'll let someone else do it. Mal, sorry, mate.
Yeah, and I'm not going to come in on anyone's pick. I'm just going to come in on the fact that Kev is in the chat. Hi, Kev. Welcome in. Yeah, Terry Randall Carrera is a very he's sort of not someone I'd particularly overly start as that fullback role, but as a backup, he definitely got worse.
We've seen DeCelio go, Karsdorp go, and now I'm not even going to try and pronounce that one. I'll let somebody else do that.
Is that Bazour, the midfielder that Pokes has just gone for that you're not wanting to pronounce?
Yeah, that's the one, yeah.
He's a fairly solid, well-rounded player. Again, for me, he'd be in sort of good backup category, particularly at 900k, which might not be a bad time to be sort of picking some of those kind of guys up now, to be fair. You know, it's 10th pick. If you know how your budget's going to go, you want to have a look at those last couple of first-team places for a bit longer. Now's a really good time to do that because you're picking up the cream of your crop. But again, centre back, holding mid, or mid sort of central midfield, I liked him best as a box to box. Again, he's not going to be elite at that, but he's got legs, he's got a bit of pass, and does the job kind of guy.
Yeah, and we've seen Parisi go to Roy, left back, very good. Left back, quite young, but he's also very good. And Daniel Malin. £5 million to Tamini. We're just waiting now for Tamini's 11th pick, which is
gone for Vindal as his presumably one of his backup fullbacks. He's another nerd. There's quite a few sort of like of these fullbacks, not particularly starting ones, but players you could chuck on the bench and they definitely do a good job. To be fair, you could probably start Vindal.
For 850k, that is brilliant, isn't it, man?
Yeah, he's a brilliant pickup, especially for that price, for sure.
Now, with the budget picks that we've had, with the budgets that we've had, we've obviously seen a few people do some sort of big signing. I've just been having a look at the budgets remaining. Everyone's got on the 10th or 11th. They've got somewhere between 40 and 60 million left to spend, with the exception of two. Bargy and Pokes are both still in the £100 million sort of area, so they could probably pick up one of the bigger players or spread that around with some of the two or three of the better players that are left in the pool.
Yeah. I mean, interestingly, I'm still looking at people. So like Brackle right now, he's got £57 million to spend, and he's still looking at people in that £30 million range. So he obviously must, to be doing that, you have to have budget picks in mind, because you do that, you're now leaving yourself, £27 million to get all your backups, and you need a minimum of 18, remember. So it's not like you can just go, right, I've got 14 players, I'm happy with that, let's go.
Like he's like, yeah.
Go on, man.
Go on, Steve. I'm just get this typing out the thing.
I was just going to say we've got a few picks on the board. Mikal Vegas going to Roy for 9.5 mil. Then Pokes picked up Sebastian Roda for 6.65, followed by Not So Secret picking up Davide Calabria for £24.22 million, and then Scoops there picking up Pizzi for 7 mil.
Just to update, the step command isn't right. Mal is currently in the process of trying to fix that. So I just spotted Mal doing that.
Don't modern commentate, peeps. It's very hard to do.
So just to run again, the base is on the other 4 Europa League games. It is the nationalities rather than the leagues that we did the last time. So you've got France, Spain, Italy, Germany, Portugal, Denmark, and the Netherlands. £200 million budget, minimum of 18 players, maximum of 20.
Yep.
Dunn said recently Brackle was looking at £30 million players. He's picked one up. It's Martin Terrier for £25.5 million. Thoughts on that, anyone?
I'll be honest, that's not the one I was expecting to pick. The ones that he was looking at, Insigne was the one that I'd have been going for if I was him. So it's difficult. He's left himself £31 million, so he's slightly more than what Insigne would have left him with. He's kind of gained an extra couple of £1 million there. Terry is obviously very, very good. I do like him. I've not actually used him, but I do like his sort of stat spread that I was seeing there. Just Insigne would have been my preferred personally, but that's just because I've used Insigne. So maybe Insigne's sort of dropping off a bit these days, and Terrier's going to show me up here.
He is one for Mal. Well, first we'll go Benjamin Hendricks, picked up by Badgie. But Mal, come in on this one. I know this is a favourite of yours.
Someone's been doing their research. Although Fidalgo, I can go on about how brilliant he is for the price. He's essentially like, you can put him in as a starting centre mid, stick him on a seam, an attacker, an advanced playmaker, and he's 400k. Like he doesn't.
Wait a minute, Arturo Vidal is 400k. Or have I misheard your name?
Fidalgo's 400k.
Right, okay. Fidalgo. Right, I was just clarifying that because I'm like, wait a minute, I need to be checking these price ranges again. Yeah. Cheers for clarifying, Mal.
No worries. He's I think the reason he didn't come up in world pools, didn't come up in any particular pools with like limited budget above 500k. That's why he's like one of the players that people miss because he's not like particularly well known, but you could basically start him at pretty much any centre mid position and he'll do a job. And for that price, you sort of laughing there really. Like 400k, that's nothing. I won't be surprised if he gets a price update in the winter update because he's just way too good for that, honestly.
Yeah, he's also picked up another budget midfielder, Jamie Sione, 950k, followed by Badgie picking up Jonathan Schmid for 5.1 mil.
Also, Eloise, hold on. I'm gonna have to tell Roy now. I'll be right back.
We're starting something here in chat. Right. What's going on around streams? Lou, have you got your eyes on anything there that could be interesting?
I'm looking at Roy's had his team up. I'm gonna have to say I'm not particularly. I don't recognise the names for his defenders. I don't think they look particularly strong. His midfield looks pretty strong, but defensively and having that striker, I'm not sure that he's going to be he's going to fare that well. But I'm absolutely happy to get proven wrong if that's the case. But yeah, just looking at side, and with only just under 30 million to spend on his substitutes, I'm not that sure that defensively, especially, he's going to be strong enough.
And there goes AJ's £5 million Belotti. He goes to Scoops. Just before that, Brackle picked up Gaetan Laborde for £5 million as well.
Yeah. And Scoops have just gone for AJ's boy Belotti for £5 million as well. AJ's going to be very happy with that.
Yeah.
Scoop seems to be trying to keep our chat happy. That's AJ and Eloise is keeping very, very happy now. Interestingly, now I don't know Laborde all that well, but I think he was £5 million. Daniel Mallon was still available and hitting the same search filters.
Daniel Mallon has already gone.
He's already got right, so maybe he's just not had it searched to drafted, not available. So I will stand corrected on that. So if those two were available for me, Daniel Mallon would have been as soon as I seen his name, I'd have been clicking it.
Mallon went to Tamini on his 10th pick.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, mate. And by the way, credit to you for keeping up with all these picks, because I am not keeping up with them.
I'm having to write them down quickly with abbreviations.
I am going to help you out a little bit, though. Pokes has just taken Philip Max, who's one of my favourite left backs I've used in FM over the past 3 years consistently. He's probably the closest to my favourite left back in terms of Borna Barisic. You know, he's not the quickest, but he's decent in the defence. He's brilliant in the cross, and he's decent at set pieces. You know, I don't think you can really go wrong at that kind of price bracket that he goes for. I think that's an absolutely brilliant pick.
I don't know who it was that picked just before before that pick, but it was Paulinho. I'm sure it was the striker pick. As Tamini picks up Daily Blint.
Yeah, I'm just going to point out something about Tamini. It was pointed out by Yuzuru in chat, but over there in Indonesia, it's 3 o'clock in the morning. That's dedication. Staying up till 3 o'clock to do this draft, and he's gonna be up for a while long. He's gonna be up for a couple of hours longer yet. That is dedication to cause, and can only applaud him for that. What a legend!
Yeah, I think it's been mentioned, and that's why Bust the Net doesn't do a lot of the drafts now because of the time difference. I know they're trying to obviously get the scene a bit sort of bigger up there, and you know I'm really, really glad. I know there's other talks of maybe a North American draft, which will be a bit more time friendly for them as well.
Yeah,
I mean, again, an awkward time for them because you've got such a big blanket of time zones that we need to cover with FM drafts. The majority of it is obviously Eurocentric or British centric. So I'm glad that we're seeing stuff like I can't remember what they called the competition that Timini was in at the start of the year. Yeah, that one. Thanks very much, pal. And is it that's the exact one. So I'm glad to see that these competitions are popping up and giving these creators in these countries a chance, because as you say, 3 o'clock in the morning, my brain wouldn't be functioning at 3 o'clock in the morning enough to do say anything other than sleep or coffee. Never mind sitting here drafting. So a huge credit to Timini.
Yeah,
right.
Sure.
Oh, sorry, Dan. Sorry. Just to
catch
up.
I was just finishing off, mate.
Not so secret drafted the Paulinho, which is the striker. Pokes got Phillips Max, which you already went through. Ibrahim Amadou was picked up by Roy for 2.85. We already went through the Daily Blind, so we'll bring you some breaking transfer news here on RTL. Gerard Moreno, 13th pick of the evening for Tamini at £38 million. That one's just for you, AJ. Then it was followed by Gravenberch for Roy with £4.75 million. And then I kind of missed writing down there.
We had Hassam Uar, who has just gone to Scoops. Now, Scoops is drafting really, really well, really, really quietly. Again, getting on with his business. Again, there's a lot of picks that Scoops is picking up on that I'm like, I like that kind of pick. I'm surprised to see Uar going this late at £11 million. He's a very, very solid midfield sort of player. Obviously, there'll be better ones in this pool, but for £11 million, I don't think there'll be a whole lot better. So he's not someone that I've used personally, but he's someone who I always have on my sort of radar of shortlists, and I've just never got down my shortlist enough to get to him. So I think Scoops
I've
used
the Uar. I used the Uar for my Leon save last year, and he is very, very good. But again, he's quite young, and he grew into the role for Leon. So I don't know how much of a stat boost he's got for this year over last year. But if he plays as well as he did for my Leon side last year, then that's a very good pickup.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Another sort of young player that's just been taken is Nico Schlotterbeck for Iworth. He's a fairly solid centre back. I don't in the same sort of price bracket as Lacroix, which maybe overshadows him a little bit. But I think he's a bit better in the air than Lacroix, if I'm right in thinking. Maybe not quite as dominant in the rest of the physicals.
I think that's about
but
right.
I think he's still a very, very strong centre back. I know a lot of people that quite highly rate young Nico Schlotterbeck.
Follows that pick up with a Meany Guru. Just going back the pick before Schlotterbeck, Julian Weigel went to Bargy and Kefram Turam went to Brackle.
That Turam, someone all right, on you go, Mal, because you're going to cover this better than me.
Turam. There's two Turams from memory. One of whom is about a few million. One of whom is 750k. The 750k guy, very, very good backup. Very good backup midfielder for the less than $1 million. I think he's another guy who can play a lot of decent roles in the centre mid. I think he's a bit more defensive midfield than attacking, but he is very much a solid pick for that price. And I think Badge just picked one of your boys there.
That's a done for this one.
Badge is a man of my heart. He's taken my boy. He's taken Big Kurt Zuma. When I seen the price of Raphael Varane earlier on when someone picked Varane, I'd have easily spent £60 million on this pool on two centre backs, and then I'd have just had a set piece taker, a striker, and the rest of it can just be budget picks because that is all I need. I am amazed that it's taken this long for Kurt Zuma to go. Tyler, you have used Zuma more than me, so don't even question this. You have a Zuma shirt in your house as well, so it's all good, mate. It's all good. You cannot question it.
And one of those that you can aim for at set piece as well, Kurt Zuma. Definitely in FM22, you could just stick him at the near post and he will score an absolute hat full of goals for you.
Very good.
He's still doing that. He's still doing that even in 23. It's slightly reduced, but corners are just as strong, and he's still he is the best aerial centre back in the game, I believe, right now. So I don't even know what else you can say about him. There was another pick that went that I was going to flag, but Kurt Zuma just highlighted over everything. So I am really, really sorry.
You Zuma fanboys around tonight, definitely. The few picks after that was Aaron for Brackle, fullback, Rekic for Scoops, and then Frederick Gilbert for Not So Secret, followed by Branko van de Boomen for Pokes.
I have not heard of most of them. I will be honest.
I know Rekic and I know Gilbert. Mainly know Gilbert because he was a Villa player. I think Rekic's the centre defence mid/centre back.
Hold on. Breaking transfer news, and specifically for Big Man on Campus 88, Esposito has been picked. Chuck's favourite player of all time. To be fair, he's not a bad pick for 500k, but this is meant to know Chuck.
Is this a different Esposito to the one that I would think of? Because this says midfielder here, whereas when I think of Esposito, I'm thinking of a striker. So I'm guessing there's two.
Yes, this is a striker, but there is also Salvatore Esposito, who's the midfielder, who is arguably a bit better now. But Chuck, Chuck absolutely hates Speciano Esposito. So there you go.
Thank you for clarifying that.
What? Chuck, he's your favourite player. What are you on about? You love him, don't you?
Am I about to get a message from Chuck telling that I have to get you in line here, Matt?
No comments.
Right, to me, he's just picked Ibrahim Sissoko for £3.61 million. That means he's got £9.5 million for possibly three picks left, is it?
Yeah, it'll be
15. That'll be on.
Yeah, four. She's gone for Makoko.
Makoko, $1 million for his next one.
Yeah. it's a very common cheap backup striker you see going around. He's another very young player, but he's probably got the stats to make it work. Off the ball's probably a bit low, you'd say, but some of the mentals also a bit can be a bit questionable. The composure's fine, but the off the ball and I think his concentration's not brilliant either. Yeah, he's definitely gonna have to go budget for his last couple of picks. I think he's got 6.5 for not 6.5 for 8.5 for his last 5 maybe maximum.
Roy picks up. Oh, I've missed that one. But we'll go with Pokes' pick. Taiji Savania, £22.5 million. That's quite a lot of money for this stage in the draft, but obviously he's got it left.
Yeah, he's still got another 47.5 million for a minimum of 3 players. So he's able to do that. Moise Keane has gone. That is a great pick. That is a great pick. Pressing forward, putting the pressure on as a pressing forward. He's gonna cause problems.
15 picks into the draft as well. That is. Sorry, don't go on.
You know, I'm saying the exact same thing. I cannot believe it's taken this long for Moise Keane to go. You know, this is a guy who, as a pressing forward and advanced forward, is absolutely brilliant. You can stick him on the wing as an inside forward on either side as well, and he'll do a job. It's, for me, I highlighted that in the first 10 that I think he was ahead of some of the strikers that went to it. See him going now is very, very shocked to me. Also want to highlight Xavier, if you don't mind, £22.5 million with Pokes having £60 million to spend at the time. I think he could have done a bit better with that money, to be honest. I think Xavier's okay. I don't think he's a £22 million player.
I'd like to pick up on Bargie's goalkeeper pick there of Robert Sanchez. Now we've talked about Robert Sanchez in previous drafts as being not one of those that you really want to pick up. So I'm sort of kind of hoping that that he's got somebody else in front of him and he's picked Robert Sanchez as a backup.
Yeah.
It could well be a case with how many goalkeepers were picked very early on, but you do kind of worry that you don't really need backup goalkeepers unless you're
saying that Bargie is looking at another goalkeeper now at like the £750,000 mark. So I've got a feeling he's going Robert Sanchez as a number 1.
But at least he's getting a backup just in case it doesn't work out. Couple of picks to pick up on. Miguel Gutierrez, I think he's a left-back. Scoops picked him. Joshua Gilavogi went to Brackle before the Robert Sanchez pick. And Lucas Nemche has gone to Iworth. And he's 14th pick, I think it is. Or 15th pick.
Yeah.
He's got £29.5 million left to
I'd also
spend.
like to say hi to Lima in the chat as well. Hi, Lima.
I think Andrew popped in and said hi as well just before Lima. The chat was quite active, so maybe got missed. So hi to Andrew as well. I believe Andrew has been helping Eloise. I'm not sure if Andrew is helping Eloise tonight. In fact, I can confirm they are. So hi to Andrew, and thanks again for all the help to everyone doing the work behind the scenes for us tonight as well.
There's Wolf's second pick, his double pick, Alberto Moreno, £4.25 million. Ex-Liverpool left back.
Yep. I do rate that pick. He was very good in my Villarreal beta save as a left back. He does fall off a bit quick. He does fall off quite quickly, but in draft mode, obviously, doesn't matter too much. Probably not one of the top left backs, but for the price, honestly, you can get you can't get much better than him. And if you're going to use him as chuck him on the bench, solely back up, bring him on, can do defensive work and go in attack as well. So yeah.
And there was the goalkeeper that Lou was on about. Martin Sketlenberg has gone for a backup keeper for Badger. He's obviously been watching Limo's drafts recently and took some notice of what happened in a previous one. Sorry to bring that up, Lee. As Moot goes to Brackle.
After I brought it up last week, I was threatened with being banned from the Scouts House draft if I brought it up again. You're still allowed to bring it up.
and Scoots Callahan drafts Julian Draxler for £5 million, swiftly moving on.
Draxler's not a bad backup pick, actually. Just having a quick peek at him now. I haven't seen him in this year's game just yet. Thankfully, I haven't played PSG yet. The work rate is a bit iffy. The physicals are down a little bit, but is if you go on bring him on as a player towards the end with the technicals and the vision and the off the ball and the composure that he's got, that'd be a good guy to bring on towards the end.
The problem with Draxler, in my opinion, is the positions that he plays. For me, stat-wise, he is a really, really strong 10, that where he can get away with the physicals and maybe not quite being as good, as a playmaker, or even maybe not quite as bad as an Engonch, but one that doesn't have to move. So anything but a shadow striker, really. But because all the positions that he plays, and I've tried him in the 10, I've tried to retrain him as a 10 in single-player games, and the performance drop-off is huge. I don't know what it is about him. He just hates playing as a 10. Whereas if you could get him going as a 10, he'd be absolutely perfect, I think.
Definitely. He's got some familiarity there, I think. So he's if you want to chuck him up there, he could probably do a job. But because I don't think familiarity matters as much in draft mode as it does in the main game. Obviously, if you play a keeper outfield, it's going to go badly. But if you got stats, if you got the attributes in draft mode, I think you would be okay being chucked in that position and role.
Kamini's just picked up Alexander Hack. Now, am I right in thinking he is a sort of centre back, left back?
Yes.
Or am I thinking someone else? I'm sure I've used him before with mixed success. He's fairly decent backup, I think, for 900k from memory.
Yeah. Speaking of fairly decent backups, Roy's just gone for Christoph Zimmer, the guy I've not really come across too much, but I saw his stats a bit early on when he was looking at him. 16 heading, 16 jumping reach, quite strong. I think his mentals, there's nothing like that. There's nothing that makes me go, don't pick him. So 450k, he's sort of along that lines of Hack, where he's a very solid backup for that price. I think he's playing somewhere in the second tier of Germany as well, so he's probably not going to come up in too many pools either. So yeah, good find by Roy there.
Yeah, we're just seeing Pokes. I think he's about to pick a player. So yeah, he has. He's picked Marcus Thuram, who is the brother of Cyprian Thuram, who went earlier in the draft, and they're both the son of former World Cup winner Lilian Thuram. So good family heritage. I really like Marcus. I actually do. I've criticised a lot of Pokes picks tonight, and I want to make sure I'm fair when I see a pick that I like. £80 million probably is a bit on the steep side for Marcus Thuram, but he's brilliant off the left. He's brilliant through the middle. He's not a natural goal scorer, if you like, but he will score goals. And he's got the pace, the power to come in off the left-hand side. You probably could put him on the right-hand side and he would do a job, or as a shadow striker, he would probably do a job as well. So I just wanted to highlight that, and again,
you'd probably want to play him as an inside forward or something, though, rather than a winger, because if you have a look at him, he's got 9 crossings, so you don't really want him to be pinging the balls in. But if you could, you could use that pace to cause a few problems.
Yeah, 100%. Sorry, I should have clarified that, because I always play. If I refer to wingers, tactically, I usually always play inside forward. So I forget all these other roles exist and crossing stat is required for some of them. So I do apologise there. But yeah, no, I feel like I've maybe given Pokes a bit of a battering, and I just wanted to, flag a pick that I think he's done quite well with. As Cat Scoops has picked up a Bernadeschi. I'm going to maybe bring this one to one of you guys, because I think that's quite a solid pick for 5 million at this stage.
Can I just say something before we go into the Bernadeschi? I love the way you highlighted the family tree. I was expecting granddads and grandmas to come up next, and so on and so forth. Dan, but thank you for that lovely insight.
My knowledge isn't quite good enough to know his granddad, but.
We'll have to get ancestry.co.uk up for that.
Not sponsored.
No. But if you want to, you know where we are.
Other family tree sites might be available. I genuinely don't know.
Anyway,
picking up on that Bernadeschi pick, you were happened to who was that? So whoever that was earlier, picked up Bernadeschi. He's one of those guys whose mental's letting him down quite a bit. He's got 9 composure, 10 concentration, 8 decisions, which are sort of below the threshold that he's not worth picking, especially for those 3 quite key sort of mental attributes. But in terms of his technicals, 15 first touch, 14 crossing, 14 technique, 15 pace, 15 acceleration on the physical side. And he's got 14 off the ball, so he's not all mentally. But those sort of three would put him off me, even for 5 million. He's not someone I'd pick up personally.
Badgie picks up Anders Christiansen. I mean, I'm not as well known on the family trees as Don is, but I think he's related to Andreas Christiansen, the one that's at Barcelona. I think that's his younger brother.
Possibly. It could be quite a common name in Denmark, though, to be fair.
Tanguy Nianzou also goes to Ivor for 8.1 mil. He's got £17 million left to spend on what will be his last pick of the draft. So let's see.
Possibly. He does have up to 3 more, I think. 3 more.
Are we not stopping on 18?
It's between 18 and 20, buddy.
18 and 20. Sorry. My bad. Pascal Struijk then is his 18th pick of the draft, and maybe not his last.
I'm just going to kind of flag Brackle. When he picked, I think it was Terry, with all sort of was questioning his budget, or certainly at least I was. He spent half his money without 9 players left. He still managed to sit there with £13.5 million, and I don't remember. I think we've flagged a few decent picks in that type as well. So it's interesting. AJ is asking if anyone's drafted poorly. King, you're the one who has every single pick to your disposal here, so I think you need to answer that question.
Let me just get me paperwork. I think, do you know what, to be honest, just scanning through it now, everybody's got some fairly good picks. When we get, obviously, the teams up in a little bit, we'll have a fairly good idea. But I feel like everybody's got areas that are quite strong in their squad where they're picked from, and that probably the areas that are strongest in their squad is going to be, where they're going to go from their tactic. Do you know what I mean? So if you need flying fullbacks, they're going to have prioritised fullbacks and wingers or something. So I don't think anybody's drafted overly poorly. I think there has been a few questionable picks, but they've been spread out between numerous people, would be my answer.
Yeah,
we've just seen Musa Sissoko go. I didn't quite catch who got him, so I do apologise for that.
What was a good question? I think that was not so secret.
Brackle got Al Shawari, and Scoop's got Tribuos Sidibe.
Yeah, I mean, we're not playing FIFA 12, guys. Please remember that. Sissoko and El Shawari are not going to be great players this time around.
Yeah. Sort of touching back on AJ's question, if I was going to pick anyone, I sort of agree with King, there's been no one who's really had a standout poor draft, I'd say. I'm going to pick on Pokes. I'd probably say Pokes. I probably had maybe the weakest draft out of the two. We've sort of flagged up a few of his picks. You'd probably go, he could have picked better with the budget. But as I say, he has picked up a few solid picks, I think. A few solid picks a bit later on, so maybe he's balanced it out by now. But if it was say anyone, probably Pokes.
Yeah, I think I'd have to agree with that as well from what I've got written down there.
I say for me again, I haven't seen any of the picks really. Not really noticed any of the picks for me, but since I mentioned it before, but Roy probably defensively, I'd say he's going to be fairly weak. He's going to be very much in favour of his midfield to try and pull the strings and be that cover as well. So again, it's difficult remembering what players have gone where. So I don't know whether he's picked up anybody to fill that gap. It was very light when I last saw it.
I believe Mal had said earlier on that when he spoke to Roy was going to go quite balls to the wall. Roy's obviously quite experienced in terms of actual drafting. For his always ranked draft experience is quite low. The club shop, certainly the sort of community draft that Roy runs, and it's sort of the one that I would say is one of the ones that's between a community draft and a ranked draft in terms of the way it's run. But it's always a very high standard, and Roy's record in that's very, very good. So as much as maybe not done a whole lot of FM23 styling, he knows what he's doing. But if he's going balls to the wall, maybe he's spending a bit less money on the defense in terms of making sure that attack is as potent as it can be.
Yeah. Great pick up on that there, Don, actually. Calimundo went to No Purpose FC. That's Roy, isn't it? I think, if I'm
Yes, well, yeah.
correct, for 4.6. And then Potes gets Musa Dembele for 12.
That is the Leon Musa Dembele.
Yes.
I think you're getting better strikers for £12 million. I really do. I hate to say it, folks. I really not liked your front line picks out with Marcus Thuram. I just feel like he's a striker who's not an actual goal scorer. He just lacks as the French would say, je ne sais quoi, that little sort of finishing touch.
Languages with Dom today.
Well, that's all you're getting because my languages out with that are terrible. I couldn't even translate that, to be honest.
We've got somebody in the chat that's asking about the stip. I know this is wrong. Mal, do you just want to run over?
No, that's just been changed to be right. It's so we've got the nations that are represented in the last 4 public knockout games, the ones that are going on right now, actually. So we've got France, Spain, Italy, Germany, Portugal, Denmark, and the Netherlands. 200 million budget and 20 players max. People, I think, are coming towards their last pick now. So we are just finishing the draft up now. Just noticed Tamini's got 825k, so he has really gone to the wire with his budget. In contrast to Roy's got around about 9 million, so he can spend a fair bit of money on his last pick. Yeah. And he's having a look through and seeing who's around.
I think it's maybe a credit to the stiff as well that we're seeing most of our competitors being there or thereabouts with spending all their money. You know, that's what we want. You don't want... I've had drafts before, and this isn't criticising people that have run these drafts because I absolutely love them regardless of the step in the budget, but the budget's maybe been £250 million and you're left at the end with 150 million because there's just won't be that opportunity to actually spend the money. And everyone's sat with that, so it's kind of worked out quite nicely, I think. Now, obviously, again, you're France. We're France, Italy, Germany in there. We could have probably set the budget to just about anything, and people would spend money. Yeah. But it's good to see that people are having, and again, people have taken different strategies with it between Iworth and Pokes in particular, sort of saving a bit of money to make a couple of big picks later on. So.
But we saw that with Iworth in the qualifiers as well. He did very well with that in the qualifiers, sort of seeing where everybody was, keeping it nice and tight, and then picking a couple of the bigger ones towards the end.
Yeah.
Speaking of Iworth, I think he's just passed his 20th pick, so I think he's sticking with 19 players for this one. Didn't have much in the way budget left for that pick, so I suppose he's just going to sit with 19. To be fair,
AJ has just said in chat that he prefers a smaller budget, guys. Now, we have not decided on our step for the final yet, as far as I remember. How small can we set this step to change AJ's beliefs?
10 million pounds.
10 mil, can't you?
I tell you what, if Tamini qualifies, it'll be £10 million and players from Indochina.
Yeah,
we'll set it for we'll set it perfectly for Tamini to come in and win it.
Lovely. I love this pick from Badger. He might not be as good as last season, but Kevin Lasagna for 4.2.
Some of us haven't ate dinner, Badger, and we've got lasagna about 300 times now.
Yeah. That's a very layered pick, that.
Are you here all week? Because I know.
Yeah, I'm here all week. I'm going to. I can get it if you need to.
Wow.
AJ just said in the chat he did a £20 million whirlpool last night because of Bob, and he still spent 12 million on Grifo.
Yeah, that's that. I'm not surprised with that. But with that behaved by AJ. And to be fair, he probably did quite well with it. Like he can't go draft without Grifo, can you? Well, he's literally not in the pool.
Yeah. We are on our last round of picks now.
Yep.
Zion Fleming.
Scoops has gone for Cesc Fabregas, which is not a name I expected to see today. Who is he playing for now? Is he still in Spain, or is he gone?
For you, mate.
Yeah, I'll have a quick look in there. I'm not kind of curious what he looks like. Okay, no, he's in Italy playing for Como. I'm going to presume he just picked him just because of his name, because of the name value.
I mean,
He's got.
I am.
Yeah.
Oh, I was going to say, keep going. Sorry.
Yeah, I mean, he's got brilliant technicals: 16 first touch, 16 passing, 16 technique, 15 vision, and 15 composure. But he can't run basically. 8 pace, 8 acceleration. I suppose if you're gonna have a guy who can sort of just sit there and do like sort of end down shot roll, then you can chuck him in there. But name pick only.
Yeah. Talking of name picks, we just saw another one. Rani Kadira, who is the brother of Sammy, just to continue my family tree, has gone to Not So Secret. I used him at Union Berlin in my save last year. I think he started off there. I'm not sure if he's still there, but he's a fairly solid all-rounded midfielder, sort of more defensively minded, very much almost like a very cheap version of his brother was in 2014. You know, it's sort of that, almost identical. Solid player. I think it's a good pick up there for him, Not So Secret.
Has anybody heard of this one? Javario Dill. I believe
he's a winger that's got quite a bit of pace. He's as Mal would call him, a pacey boy, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, I think so. I think he's a Dan James, but actually reasonably priced. Because I don't think he's worth much more than $1 million. I think
he was 8 million, buddy.
8 million.
8 million. Oh, 8 million. Okay, yeah, okay, maybe not. I've got the feeling it was like 850k or something, but no, maybe not.
I was shocked. I never heard of his name for £8 million.
Yeah, but I think we've just had everyone finish their picks now. So I'm just gonna have a quick look and see what squads are looking like. To me, he's trying to not fall asleep in the margin with it being 3 o'clock in the morning over there. Well, he seems pretty happy with his team, especially Esposito, of course, the greatest player of all time.
Just while they're waiting on finishing off, I have just seen a blast from my past on Pokes' shortlist, and I've got no idea what his stats are on FM right now, but I'm devastated he's not been picked up, so I couldn't find out. Daniel Candace was on his shortlist. He was a player who played for Rangers a couple of years ago. I absolutely loved the guy. He's 800k. He's got to be about 39 now or something, but it was just, I just seen him and I'm like, I've got to mention that because I didn't expect to see him on anyone's shortlist today.
Right. We seem to be continuing on, so I should be getting in the fixtures after the break, hopefully. Yeah, right. People are talking about buckets, which is, and it's been a very interesting conversation going on in the VC right now, talking about buckets and the floor being wet. I'm not sure if that's some form of something dodgy.
I think that's them telling us to hurry up and get on the break.
Yes, that's probably right. Yes.
Well, while we're on the subject of the break, we will go to a break. We've just got 2 things we want to talk about first before. One of those is our sponsor, but before we do that, I just want to give a quick shout out to Evolving Mindset, which I'll put a link in the chat to. This week they've had an unfortunate, well, not unfortunate, but they've had a few problems with a break-in that's lost £2,000 worth of equipment and stock. And if you can, I know that it is hard for everybody, but if you can give a small donation or something to, try and help these people out that are doing such a great job in the community, not just in the community around where they're based, but also in the Football Manager community with Limo and stuff like that. It's greatly appreciated. If you can't, there is a post on not Facebook, Twitter, that you could retweet and share if you can't donate, and that would be just as helpful as well. So go and check them out. And I don't know if anybody else wants to add anything on that, but I really feel like they deserve a mention tonight.
I feel they always deserve a mention, Steve. You know that. I'm just going to get that tweet and pop that tweet in chat so people can understand. They've highlighted that even stuff that had been taken was this inflatable brain, which they used to go and teach, and support kids with mental health issues in schools and stuff, and teach them how to be able to cope with their problems and stuff. I think if any support that we could give them, it would be absolutely huge. Obviously, we know what Limo does in this community. We know what he does for people. He's done a huge amount for me personally. So I mention that a lot. I don't really know how much more I can say because I think you already pretty much nailed it perfectly, Steve.
Yeah. Well, like I said, obviously it's a very, it must scum of the earth, to be honest with you, to rob from a charity that's trying to help out people that are genuinely in need. So any support is greatly appreciated, and they do such a fantastic job, just like any other charities that do mental health work. But this is one that I know is close to a few of our hearts, being part of that community. So just to shout them out. The other one is for our sponsor. I'll let anybody want to give them a little.
Yeah, I'll go.
Go on, learn. You can do this one.
So our sponsor, FM Hub. The guys at FM Hub are absolutely incredible. One thing that they want to do is give everybody a voice in terms of getting their content out there. Whether you be a blogger, a streamer, a YouTuber, you can get on there, you can share your videos, you can get all new sorts of content out of there. If you want any sort of FM content, FM Hub is an absolutely brilliant place to go, and it doesn't cost you a penny. You can sign up for literally nothing and put a blog post on or a link to one of your YouTube videos, and you can get yourself out there in the FM community. And while you're there, if you've got a favorite save that you've done, go and get it printed on one of their prints. If you want some graphics done for your YouTube or your blogs or anything like that, have a look. They've got some absolutely gifted designers out there. So so it is your one-stop shop for anything Football Manager content creation wise.
Great shout out there, Lou. It's not just for content creators as well. If you're not a content creator, you can get on there to find new content creators. If you've watched your favorite content creators' videos or your favorite content creators not around, it is literally, as Lou said, a one-stop shop for everything and everybody.
Even if you're not wanting to watch content and you just want Football Manager stuff, I believe there is a range of graphics for Football Manager available on the site as well. Which is a growing collection of that. So even if you just want to play Football Manager, you're not interested in watching it all that often, still go check them out because they will have something that will, boost your game.
Definitely. So all links are in the chat for everything we've just discussed. Evolving Mindset's website, if you would like to give a donation or help out and support. You've also got the link that Don kindly put in to explain why we was putting that link in. And you've also got Mal that's dropped in the FM Hub link. So during the break, if you're a bit bored, you can go and check them out. We're going to play you our FM Hub video and then our break, and we'll be back in about 5 minutes. Thank you for sticking around.
Inside me, son of a god. I'm like a titan that's rising, no, just you watch. I'm stepping into fate, there is no time to waste. I've got that lightning inside me, this is how legends are made. Up on the throttle, victory is mine. Show you the harder the battle, harder I fight. I've come too far to quit. Step back, I'm going in. I'm cranking up on the throttle. This is how legends are made. This is how legends are made. This is how legends are made. Like iron from the fire, getting stronger. This is how legends are made. Above it all, untouchable, a new animal. This is how legends are made. This is how legends are made. This is how legends are made. I got the lightning inside me. Oh, just you watch. This is how legends are made. I'm like a titan that's rising. Oh, just you watch. This is how legends are made. I've got that lightning inside me, son of a god. I'm like a titan that's rising, oh, just you watch. I'm stepping into fate. There is no time to waste. I've got that lightning inside me. This is how legends are made. This is how legends are made. This is how legends are made. I'm cranking up on the throttle. Victory is mine. Show you the harder the battle, harder I fight. I've come too far to quit. Step back, I'm going in. I'm cranking up on the throttle. This is how legends are made. This is how legends are made. This is how legends are made. Like iron from the fire, getting stronger. This is how legends are made. Above it all, untouchable, a new animal. This is how legends are made. This is how legends are made. This is how legends are made. I got the lightning inside me. Oh, just you watch. This is how legends are made. I'm like a titan that's rising.
Right, then we are back, ladies and gents. Welcome back. I think we have match day 1 fixtures in, so I'll quickly run through those. Not So Secret's going to kick off his draft Group B against Pokes. Badgie will be playing Iwolf. Scoops will play Brackle, and Tamini will play Roy. What do we think of those fixtures?
Interesting set of fixtures. I think Worf versus Roy will be a really strong tactical battle.
Yeah, Scoops and Brackle both we had just having quite good drafts. So it'll be curious to see how they set up and well whether they can make the most of it.
Yeah. I'm just having a look at Brackle's formation when you say that, and it's a very, very attacking formation. It's a sort of 4-1-3-2, if you like, with sort of 3 across the attacking midfield role and 1 DM. It's a big gap in that midfield, I would say. A big gap in that midfield.
Yeah. I think.
Yeah.
No.
Go on, Lou, sorry.
I was just having a look at Tomini's formation. He's going very narrow. He's going for like a 4-1-1-3. So he's got his back four. He's got a ball winner, advanced playmaker, attacking midfielder, and then he's got a front three. But that it is a very good front three. Immobile, Moreno, and Malin. That's gonna give quite a few defenses some trouble, as long as he can get that link between defense and attack with how staggered and narrow that midfield is.
Yeah, definitely. Sure. I also see Iworth playing a very interesting formation. So, with that being said, I would like to cover on the main screen Badgie versus Iworth. Who would you like to cover, Lou, first?
I'm quite interested to see how this Brackle formation goes, and how good Scoops. I feel that Scoops has drafted it. It'd be a very good battle. I think that one.
And out of the two left done, who would you like to cover?
I'll take Scoops and Brackle if that's okay.
I think that's who I've just taken. Don.
Oh, right, never mind. I will take the Folks game, whoever Folks has got. So that's Folks Not So Secret. Sorry, I wasn't listening properly.
Mal, that leaves you with Tamini for this one.
Yep. Which is perfect because I've got both of them off my screen already.
Yeah. King, I don't know if you're aware, we can hear Iworth stream.
Okay.
Yeah. To me, these tactic are just as I look at his tactic on the screen, he's going with a 3 up top formation. And to be fair, he did say it'd be a super narrow tactic, and it is super narrow tactic. He's got wide players. He's only wide players, I think, of fullbacks, and he's playing.
And they're on support as well, so they're not. They're gonna go. They're not gonna bomb forward like a normal attacking fullback or wingback.
Wingback would, yeah. He's it should be interesting how he does. I reckon Roy is playing. I think I'm not sure what he's playing as his wide plays, but he should be able to exploit that quite well. I think with that tactic he's got, not too far off mine really. On honesty, bring one of the wingers back and he's the cam moving up and it's not too far off. Yeah, I think going to get underway here. Yep. So far not much action. It's only been 5 minutes, so Roy is having a little chat with. I think it was who's in it. Big Bullion, Michael and Z are in this chat. A very little talk. What was that done?
Yeah, I didn't say anything.
There's me.
Goal. Badgie is 1 up already, and it's Don's boy, Kurt Zuma, with the header from the corner. Demarabi takes it, whips into front post. Zuma rises the highest against Lacroix, beating him in the air 1-0.
Goal, Roy.
Did we have a goal shout, Mal?
Yes, it's just happened. Daniolo up to Canales, who hits a decent crossing for Yorke, who must pass the keeper with his feet, actually. So again, that width is doing the number on Tamini already. It's 1-0 Roy after 10 minutes.
And did we have a shout from Louis?
Close, very, very close chance. Right at the beginning of the game, Scoops has got an injury for Awar. He's taken a knock. He's kept him on for now, but just from the resulting free kick, the ball got into the box, bounced around a bit, and the shot hit the underside of the bar, bounced down, and then bounced out again. But it's mostly Brackle so far.
Goal, Badgie, 2-0. Demarabi corner again this time. It's Issa Diop on the front post, rising again. above.
we've got a
I
goal
don't
here.
know whether it's Lacroix, but it's in again. DR 2-0 Badgie against Wharf over to Lou.
Goal here.
Julian Draxler with a brilliant ball into Awar, and then Giroud, the beautiful man with a beautiful goal, with a little dinky chip over the goalkeeper. 1-0 Scoops.
Straight to Don.
Yeah, it was a penalty for Not So Secret. Cones dropped clattered on the edge of the area, just got inside as before the contact was made. Was a penalty, clear penalty. Cristiano Ronaldo Panenka's it and scores.
Lovely stuff. And how is the game going in your game, Don, apart from the penalty?
That has been the only highlight, so not a whole lot to talk about. But it looks like Pokes has actually been on top. That's been Not So Secret's only shot. He's actually just had another one now, but it's been off target, where there's Pokes had three on target with reasonable, but Pokes is dominating, Not So Secret is dominating the ball and is starting to create a bit more now, so we'll see how it goes.
Over in our game, obviously, it's 2-0 to Badgie. Wharf doing a few little tactical instructions on Badgie's side. Badgie has got 2 yellow cards already. One of them is Demarabi, who's had 2 assists, as we get a little ooh from Mal, so we'll go straight there.
Yeah, that was a... It was a bit of a... So the corner bin, it was only a short corner. It sort of played around the left-hand side of the box for a bit. And it's crossing into a York at the back post, who just hit something like that. The little right bit of the post. It's a clip. Go on.
It's a free kick. It's 2-0. It's a free kick whipped in by Grifo, and it's Sule heading home. I feel like I'm watching AJ and RK here, but it is indeed Not So Secret instead.
Goal Wharf. It's 2-1 now. Barella takes it down the right-hand side. He whips over the cross. It's headed back by Amina Guri over to Pedro Goncalves, who heads it past the keeper. 2-1 Badgie. How are we looking now around the grounds, Lou? I don't think we've heard from you for a while. How's your game getting on?
Since the goal, I've not seen any highlights. Scoops' only shot in the first half was the goal. Brackle having all of the chances. Scoops has had a few more chances, and we're only just having our first highlight of the second half, 10 minutes in. So not a lot going on. I would say Brackle's probably on top, but Scoops is still leading.
Typical fashion for you there, Lou, isn't it?
No, absolutely.
Either no goals or we get one and no highlights. Hopefully that changes for your second half.
Goal.
Overhead. Oh,
goal,
straight.
Brackle. João Felix with the goal for Brackle. A defensive blunder. Absolutely awful defending there. Yes, the ball played over the top. Tar, not sure what he's trying to do there. Falls over. Felix just has to slot it home.
I've just watched that back on stream and I can't believe what I've just watched there, to be honest with you. I mean, I kind of feel like Scoops probably feels like he's got me and his team all over again.
Right.
We're just going off half time now. Tamini's made a sub. I think he was thinking of making this up. No, he's made this up. Menou's off for Fratesi. He's got a bit more attacking with his tactic. And I have noticed he put on pretty much every single instruction known to man, which is interesting. No real change to the shape, though. And I am still worried about that width, though. Even though Roy's got... If Roy switch one of his players to like a winger, I reckon it gets him a lot of joy down those flanks. Yeah. Still 1-0. Yep.
We're just at half time in the game that I'm covering here. Badgie 2, Wharf 1. Every time Badgie gets a corner at the minute, he looks so dangerous. We've got Wolf currently tinkering with his corner tactics. I don't know if he needs to get onto a phone to a fellow Scottish manager and maybe get a few hints there done on how to defend corners, because it's 2 corners that he's been undone by. I'm sure you'll be able to give him a little bit of a helping hand with that.
My helping hand would be is don't let Badgie draft Kurt Zuma and take Kurt Zuma yourself.
Well, actually, it might not be. It's going to VAR. If it counts, Brackle has turned it around, and it is a goal. It is a goal awarded. Ball played into Terrier. Nice little play. Chinks in. A nice little knockdown, and Scamacha with the goal, and probably going on the stats, very well deserved. But Scoops be a bit unhappy that he's surrendered the lead.
Just while we're on a little bit of a short break from the action, Coach, welcome in. It's nice to see you. We hope you're well from all the team.
How's
How
that
you
go?
doing? Right then. Second half just kicked off in my game, still 2-1. How's the other games going? We'll go to you, Mal, first, I think.
I've been a very highlight of the second half so far. Tamini, although we just having one now, Tamini sort of switched to a bit more of pressing a bit more, and he's got a bit more depth of his passing, although he was on much shorter passing, so I'm not sure how much that's going to help him too much. As I say, he's still sticking with that narrow formation. It seems to be, he seems to be a bit more defensively solid. He's subbed on Makoku as one of his 3 strikers now, but Roy's through, and I think that's the goal. Yeah, it should be a goal. Ioke got getting his second there for Roy, and it's 2-0. Yeah, pretty similar to the first goal as Tamini making some tactical changes. He's got the end of it there. Yeah, not too similar to the first goal, but it's not from a corner this time. Yeah, it should be Roy getting his getting one win from winning his first
Red
game.
card.
Straight to Don.
I'm not really sure what has happened to cause the red card, but Polk's just made 3 changes. And typically, as soon as he's made all 3 changes, Road has gone and got himself sent off. It was a second yellow, so I don't think it looked like a straight red there. It looked like a yellow-red sort of thing, so it looks like it's just been an accumulation of bookends. He couldn't have brought him off anyway looking at his bench. I don't think there was a like for him on the bench. So it's bad to worse for Polks here, as Not So Secret is 2-0 up. And if he kept clapping the bar on the way past, and also down to 10 men. In fact, it was actually 2 very quick yellows, if you see there. 65 minutes for the first yellow and 67 for the second. So he'd have made all 3 subs before he got even the first yellow there.
Oh, that's unlucky.
That is very unlucky.
Tamini,
Mm-hmm.
that was
Good to you, man.
Yeah, certainly Tamini got him close though. It's his first proper highlight I've seen him have really in the second half. Moreno had one of those deflected shots that not going to go in, but it did sort of look like it was potentially going to go in because it was that close to the net. But yeah, still 2-0 here. Roy is pretty much in control. Tamini's making a few changes at the moment.
Goal.
Moving, go
Straight to low.
I thought this was going to go. I was a bit hesitant then because I thought this one was going to go to VAR, but it hasn't even gone to VAR. Pedro Porro running down the right hand side, great low cross. The initial shot was blocked, fell to El Sharari, who slots it home in the back post. It is 3-1 Brackle.
Did it bounce off a Zimmer frame?
FIFA 12's ultimate team pick coming in clutch there. Right. Just to update you on the game we've got on the screen, it's still 2-1. Oh, no, it's not, as we get a goal as we're talking about it. Iwarth has scored 2-2. It was whipped across by Amini Guri. You're just going to see Arnold play it to Grimaldo. Grimaldo then down to Pedro Goncalves, that whipped it in, and it was Guri that slotted home into the top corner. So we had 2 goals in the first half for Badger, followed by 2 goals for Wharf. Well, yeah, it went 2-0, then to 2-2. Can we get a winner in the last 5 minutes? I wonder.
So Iwarth is now officially the better version of... We've got a goal here, by the way. Iwarth is now officially the better version of Steve Clark. I was kind of just going to do a little hang. I'm just going to let the replay run this out because this was really, really good pass and play. I can't do it justice. Rani Kadira, Thomas Delaney, and then through to that man, Moist Keane, who's came off the bench. It's Not So Secret 3. Polks 0. Polks in a bed of trouble now.
Yeah, 3-0 definitely. I'm so surprised that Moist Keane went so far in the drafting process as well. He was such a late pick.
Yeah.
It's just very surprising, but he does come in and score in the first game that he comes on from the bench on. The game that I'm watching finished 2, Badgie 2, Wharf 2. So we'll go across to... We'll pop to Mal. How's your game getting on, man?
we're not too far off ending here in added time. Tamini ball's through, and he's got a goal back actually. So it could be a potential sting in the tail for Roy. Makoku running through from I think it's a long ball by Smitch, which is interesting,
Goal.
seeing he's got quite short passing on. And yeah, not too bad a keeper. 2-1. Roy.
Straight to
2
Don.
minutes left.
Again, just really good play from Not So Secret. His team just turning the screw as this game sort of starts to run down now. Really good play. Thomas Delaney again getting forward. Not what you're used to seeing him doing. Good ball in. Cars drop on the volley. Top corner. Goalkeeper's found himself in no man's land. Not sure what he's doing. It is 4-0 Not So Secret.
Pokes getting destroyed there a bit, and that was one of the picks that maybe had the worst draft. So we'll have to see how he recovers from this demolition against Not So Secret.
It's full time here. Roy 2-1 win.
Yeah, full time here as well. 4-1.
Wicked. So the only one that's left going over to you, Lou.
Oh no, we finished a while ago. Just letting you all with your highlights. It finished 3-1 Brackle, and probably a very, very well deserved win for that one.
Okie doke, there we go. We will run through scores shortly when we get the result graphic. But a lot of goals in them games, I'd say. A lot of goals on game week one.
Yeah, seems to be.
I think we did notice that there were a lot of very, very good strikers, and there are people going very, very attacking. So I got a feeling that we will see quite a few goals throughout this one. You watch as I now get a 0-0 in my next game.
I think that was something that we highlighted, particularly with Polk's weaker. Was he had one of the weakest front lines compared to what everyone else was, and I'm just going to have it's compared to what Not So Secret had. So he started with Jonas Wind and Cristiano Ronaldo up front, which is a very, very physical front two. To then be able to bring Moist Keane off the bench, that's a very, very strong sort of front three, and I think all three of them probably are troubling, if not getting into Pokes' team, which is a big, big difference. When you sort of comparing it, I think Pokes is drafted really well in other positions. But, it's just something to note that I think Pokes is one of the few guys that hasn't scored here, if not the only person not to have scored. And he's the one with the weakest front line as far as sort of I kind of noticed.
Yeah, definitely. Anything to add for you, Mal, on the first week of games?
Pretty comfortable for Roy, really, overall. I think Tamini, again, he did okay. He wasn't like massively outclassed, but I think Roy was definitely the better team in that game, and a well deserved 2-1 win with Tamini getting a later consolation goal.
Yeah, definitely. My game that I covered, obviously, we've seen it on stream there. It was very, very dangerous from set pieces for Badgie. If he doesn't score at least, I'd say 4 or 5 more corners over the rest of the night, I'll be disappointed. But Worf, he knew that he had a problem, and after about 25-30 minutes, he changed some of his tactics. Not so much with the shape, but generally with the defence from corners and how he set up instructions onto opposition players. And I think that brought him back into the game. He obviously got the goal back quite early on. I think it was around the 25th minute. And then the second half, really, from that goal coming from Worf, it came more of an evener game rather than being very much Badgie for the opening 20. So that was nice to see.
I tell you what, to come back from 2-0 down against Badge is impressive to me. Badge is a very seasoned, tough drafter. Worf's quite new to the competitive scene, as much as we know he's very, very good in the sort of community draft scene, which, can be just as competitive as the ranked scene, but, it's not quite the same. You see a lot more people trying stuff out. So that's very impressive for me, because Badgie is so, so difficult, particularly when he gets a lead and he gets his nose in front. And as you highlighted, especially when he's dangerous from set pieces, you've got Dupe and Zuma up there. even if he's shuts up shop, all he needs is one more corner, and you're further behind again. So very, very impressed there with Badge's result, mate.
Yeah, definitely.
Right.
Sorry about that.
Run through the fixtures for game week 2 then?
I haven't
so we've
got a graphic. Go on, Matt. I'll let you fire away with them.
Okay, so game week 2, we've got Brackle v Badgie, Roy v Scoops, Pokes v Tamini, and iWolf v Not So Secret.
Okay, this time we'll go back to front. So Mal, pick first. Go on.
Okay. I will take iWolf and Not So Secret because both of them did quite well in their first game. So I'm curious to see how Not So Secret will do with after coming off a 4-0 win.
And Don, who would you like to pick?
I'll take the Brackle versus Badgie game because that looks quite juicy to me.
And Lou?
I'll take the Pokes game.
No probs. And I'll have the one that's left. Right, we've just got a graphic through for the results as well, so we'll just run through these. It finished Scoops 1, Brackle 3, Badgie 2, iWolf 2, Not So Secret 4, Pokes 0, and Tamini 1, Roy 2. That is game week 1 in Group B.
I tell you what, that's the first time I've seen Pokes' logo, and that is absolutely really, really clever. I've got to say that.
Well, yeah, poking over the top, yeah, love
Yeah.
that. I think you were. Right, so yeah, just to move through. Not So Secret seems to be happy sticking with his formation as you'd expect for after winning 4-0, and iWolf is sticking with whatever the hell he has. It's an interesting tactic. It's certainly something. Not gonna lie. How about you, Don? Is there anything on your end, tactics wise?
I haven't seen Badge's tactic because I'm still stuck on an ad for him, unfortunately. Brackle's tactic is exactly as what he started with last time out.
Yeah. Lou, anything on your end as well?
Pokes has gone. I don't know what he had for the first one, but it's gone for a 4-2-4. But I have seen him move his defensive line, so he's playing a much higher line, a bit more pressing. I'm assuming than he was in the first one. So, and bear in mind he's obviously lost that player to suspension already.
Just about to kick off here, I believe. Not So Secret is going into his tactics, changing a few things about, I'm presuming, to react to iWolf's interesting tactic. I'm not sure if it's Not So Secret screen or whether it's some sort of like filter he's got on, but it does seem like he's sort of turned up the brightness by about 10%. Like it seems like all the players are sort of like all like the contrast by 10%. It seemed like all the players are sort of like having a bit of hue in them.
I will just state here, by the way, Badge's first 2 games of this tournament are against our 2 qualifiers from the qualifier, iWolf and Brackle. One of them's obviously got a point off him so far. We'll see how Brackle does now. But this means that he's taking on 2 players who are coming into this in form.
Yeah.
Yep.
Wow. There's not a lot going on in my game so far, but I'm just going to point out something that Lou picked up on earlier. How dapper does Roy look? them glasses and white shirt. He definitely looks like he's a DJ in Ibiza or something. I'm absolutely loving it. Probably not happy though because that shirt behind him last night.
I mean, do we need any more Dutch DJs in Ibiza? I mean, the competitiveness in that sort of market is extremely high.
There we go.
Yeah.
And it's a goal. It's a goal for Scoops. It's another corner goal. It's Hassam Aouar with the corner, and it's whipped into the sexiest man in the draft, Olivier Giroud. He just rises there, gets his head on it, kisses it in. Boom.
Goal not so
1-0,
secret.
straight to Mal.
Sir Ronaldo, kind of sort of passing it back to Grifo. Well, man, Gatland and Grifo again getting another assist back to Ronaldo. The link up between the two most unlikely pairings, and he knocks it past the keeper. But not so secret 1-0 up after 10 minutes.
We've got a penalty decision here. It is given, so I'll flick the screen over. It's a penalty to Brackle. I didn't quite see what happened. I do apologise. I seen them going to VAR. It's saved. Sanchez has saved it. You guys were criticism as a goal, but just saved the penalty.
It's his redemption arc coming into force. I think.
Oh, I've got a comment on lasagna. No, please don't score.
Not so secret is switching up his opposite instructions in response to. No, I will switch up his opposite instructions in response to Not So Secret's goal at the moment. He seems to be pressing a lot of people and tackling a lot of people hard. Well, tackling his midfielders and one of his central players hard, which is not a bad shout. He should be able to deal with that with the tactic he's got that sent that AM, but then again, Grifo did break free of Arnold quite well there, so I suppose he's just sort of keeping an eye on him.
We've just got to halftime here. No.
How's your game getting on, Lou? We haven't heard from you for a while.
Yeah, well, I did say I've probably got 0-0 written all over this. It's been fairly even. There has been shots. There's only been one highlight really each. Tamini had a shot blocked right at the beginning. Pokes come close. He hitting the post, but other than that, we've literally just hit half time. Those were the only two highlights of the first half. So it looks like whatever Pokes has done has shored up that defense a little bit.
Oh, well, that's good because he needs to not leak goals like he did in the first one. There's not much happened here since the goal for Scoops in my game. There's been a few tactical changes at half time, but generally it's been a very even game. Couple of yellow cards, but apart from that, Yusuf Poulsen as well is on a yellow card. He's not done much else. Olivier Giroud's currently outshining him on the pitch.
Penalty, not so secret.
Straight to Mal.
Yeah, we're going to see some 2D flicker to my screen, but I couldn't see what happened because it was in 2D. But Ronaldo was fouled in the box, and it looks like it's definitely been warded. I'll switch over to iWolf for the actual 3D, so we can see what's going on. Ronaldo is going to step up and take it as well, of course. Yeah, looks like he's. I think he was just tackled as he was coming into the box and making a run. It wasn't particularly goal bound, and he just slotted the penalty away right into the left hand side of the net. That's his second goal of the game, and it's 2-0, 2-0, not so secret. He's definitely on the run, isn't he?
Goal.
Straight to Don.
It's his big money signing, João Felix. He's just, I don't even know how to describe this. He's just kind of taken on the ball, ran at the defence, ran between the two centre backs while the midfielders trying to get back, unchallenged. 1-0 Brackle.
We've got a red card here. Pokes is going to have some disciplinary issues, I believe. So Nuno Santos has just gone in 2-footed and got himself a straight red card. So Pokes is just having a look to see what he can do to. But I think, obviously, thankfully for him, it was someone a bit further forward than defensive.
Is that a penalty?
It is a penalty. It is a penalty. Penalty awarded as well. Samaka just fouled inside the box. He steps up to take the penalty himself. Zumad caught him, I believe. It was a really good passing move. It's in the back of the net. The second penalty of the game for Brackle makes it 2-0 this time. No mistake.
2-0 over there. In our game, in my game, so to say, not our game, we've had a very interesting change from Roy. He's loaded in a tactic called kitchen sink, and that's what I was just writing down. Right, so we've got 2 centre backs. We've got a left wing back and a right wing back on attack. We've got a ball winning midfielder. Then we've got 3 shadow strikers are pressing forward and advance forward. So he's definitely throwing the kitchen sink at it now. He needs to do something with only 2 shots on target. I think he's going to be very disappointed after a good result in the first game.
While I love that idea from Roy, I just do a question: who's getting the ball to all those guys who are trying to run him behind? Sorry, Lou, I think I cut in on you there.
No, it's okay. I was only going to say that Pokes is switching to a back 3.
Sorry, Lou. It's kitchen sink 1. Scoops 1.
Go.
The left wing back got the ball forward, and it was Serge Gnabry, Don's favourite man, the Mbappe fraud, with the goal straight to Don.
Yeah, Badgers get the highlight. Thankfully, Bracco hasn't. It's just a good ball across. Nico Williams plays it across. The defender's call lifts it maximum with a tap in. The man might not can shoot, but when you can pass it in the net from 5 yards out with an open goal, the man can still do it.
Yeah. As somebody going to point out there that you said he couldn't score. Now he's just scored right as boys' tactics said he couldn't score. He's just scored. So
yeah,
not a good 5 minutes here.
Yeah, right. Well, he needs an open goal to score. I'll give him that. Oh, it's a goal!
Straight to Don.
It's another 2-goal recovery. I don't want to say who scored it. Bloody lasagna. Galan with the ball in, and Zonzi hits the bar with the header. Lasagna on his weaker right foot, then just lashes at it and gets it on Mesley.
That's a saucy finish.
Fair. It's a dull meal. Goal here. I don't think Roy changed back from the kitchen sink, and it's kitchen sink 1, Scoops 2. It's AJ NRK's favourite man, Andrea Bellotti, puts the ball in. 2-1 now, Scoops, and Roy, I think, has just got a pause to make a few changes. We are into the 91st minute of time. There is 4 minutes added on, and it's another Scoops highlight with Jonathan Tarr, who's definitely time wasting here. Jesse Marsh would be having a fit at this. Oh, he's rubbed the ball there. Alessandro Playa, and he puts the ball wide. That was a shocking finish.
Yeah.
Could have at least worked the keeper. Anyway, that'll be game, set, and match there. The referee's going to blow his whistle. It's 2-1. 2 to Scoops, 1 to Kitchen Sink. How's the rest of the games going? We'll start with you, Lou.
Still 0-0. Pokes has switched to a back 3 with attacking wing backs to
go.
Right to Don.
I'm really sorry. Bracco has revitalised his team from that recovery. It's a really strong counter-attack from a Badgie corner. Mukhtar, that might have been offside, VAR hasn't questioned it, but I think that might have been offside. Samaka then bears down on goal, beyond the goalkeeper. 3-2 Bracco.
Big scam there with the goal for Bracco. We'll go back to Lou so you can finish off.
Yeah, Pokes is also taking Get Stuck In off, unsurprisingly, to try and keep at least 10 on the pitch. Tamini has had a bit of a change of formation. He's moved his anchor man up the pitch a little bit, but with all the breaks and whatever, we've still got 20 minutes to play, and it's 0-0.
All right, we'll go over to check out Mal's games getting on, as we've not long been to Don.
Yeah, it's been quite a tactical battle. There's been a fair few stoppages for little changes between the two. Both these people seem to know their stuff and know what they're doing with their formations. To be fair, they're playing quite similar formations as well, relatively. I'm not sure instructions wise, but formation wise, they look very similar. It's not been much in the way of highlights, though, I'd say. Iworth just went close with, I believe it was, I can't remember exactly what it was, but he just nicked the ball wide, and just. In a highlight now, Pat knocks it out to Bakayoko. He's making his way forward. Yeah, Yeah, should looking his way forward. Who does Jonas win? It's the B-Tech user Paulson, and he gets a goal. 3-0, not so secret. And that's should be game, set, and match there.
Lovely goal win.
Yeah, that's again B-Tech no more. It's a very good run to find Ronaldo's pass. The Font could have done it better. Probably could have deflected it into his own net a bit, but pretty powerful shot to be fair. So yeah, 3-0, and should be not so secret going.
We'll pop over to Lou because I did hear.
The Silerson for Pokes just hit a big old pass out from his goal. The ball bounced. I forget who it was. Thuram got hold of the ball, lobbed it over the goalkeeper, and it went just wide. It was so close to being a proper hoofball Route 1 goal.
Okay, just about 10 minutes left in that game.
Goal, I think
we'll go straight to
offside. But Grifo might have scored. So AJ's in heaven. AJ's in heaven today. Oh, I was disallowed. Boo. Yeah. Grifo was, to be fair, he probably was quite offside. I did think this is probably going to be offside when I saw it on the 2D mode, which is shout out not so good for 2D mode, by the way. I don't see that too often. And I also don't see the blimp view too often as well. But yeah, he was. Well, actually, not actually that offside as I thought, but yeah, definitely offside. And it looks like it's going to wind down 3-0 win for Not So Secret.
We'll just stay with you until this game. So no, we won't. We'll go straight to the
full time here as well.
What an incredible bit of play by Rafael Varane. He picked up the ball out of defence, decided to run out on the right wing, and he clipped an absolutely beautiful ball into Immobile. Just volleyed it under Silerson's legs. Heartbreak for Pokes as he was looking like getting that draw. Couple of minutes ago, it's 1-0 to Mini.
Okay. And how did your game is it finished over there, Don? How did
it finished a little while ago, but it was a bit craziness everywhere else, so I just let the boys get on with it, and I didn't want to interrupt Lou one more time. I feel like I've interrupted tonight. It finished 3-2, mate. It finished 3-2. It was a really good watch, to be fair. It was a really good watch. Also, a quick shout out to Mircon, who has just raided. He is currently our best third place for these group stages. So invested interest on tonight's result. Hope your stream was boss, mate. Welcome in to everyone who's came across with Mircon.
Yeah, so we'll join back with, I think it's Lou. Your game's the only one going on, if I'm correct.
Yeah, we're just playing out what looks like it could be a long highlight. Pokes with the attack. It just went to the goalkeeper. We're just going to start building out from defence. Yeah, I don't know if this is going to be one of those that's just going to fill some time. Nunez with the ball in. Oh no. Defensive mistake. Nunez with a terrible shot. I think that's probably going to be it for us. And as we count down the clock, yeah, there we go. Full time. Pokes 0, Tamini 1. The 10 men right straight after half time. It's like literally the first play after half time for Santos getting sent off. It's probably given done him wrong, but did very well with 10 men to keep it until the last couple of minutes.
At least he only conceded 1 this time. Any roundup from the rest of the games? We'll start with Don. Anything you didn't cover in the commentary?
No, I'm quite impressed with both competitors there, to be honest with you. It was very heavy towards Brackle. Badges obviously made a couple of little tweaks, got himself back into it. At that point, you probably feel there's only going to be one winner or a draw, and that was going to be Badger, because you know how FM momentum is and stuff. But, Brackle got his players revitalised again. He got a counter and he scored. So I'm very impressed with both of those players, to be honest with them. Or to be honest with them, to be honest with everyone. It's just it's great to watch that level of competition. It really is. This is what we want to bring here. And I think that was a very high level.
And what about from you, Mal? Anything in yours that you didn't come on the commentary with?
Not particularly. Not so secret seems to be going on a bit of a tear for the first couple of games. I mean, we won 4-0 last time, and it's a 3-0 win. Again, pretty comfortable. Iowa tried to make some changes after in the second half, but didn't seem to make too much in the way of a difference. And yeah, Jonas Wind finishing off after 2 Cristiano Ronaldo goals. Yeah, 3-0, not so secret.
Lovely stuff. Anything that you need to add on yours, Lou, before we go over results and stuff?
No, not really. I think probably Tamini was a deserved win in the end. Pokes didn't offer a great deal going forward. He was just a lot more defensively sound this time round. So yeah, no, not really too much to add.
Lovely stuff. So we'll go through results and upcoming fixtures. So we start Brackle 3, Badgie 2, Roy 1, Scoops 2, Pokes 0, Tamini 1, Iwolf 0, Not So Secret 3. What a cracking set of games for game week 2. In game week 3, we see Brackle face Iwolf. We see Badgie face Roy. We see Scoops face Pokes. And we see Tamini face Not So Secret. This time we went up, we went down. We'll start in the middle this time with who wants to see who. We'll let Dom pick first.
I think I might just kind of stick where I am, if you don't mind, and take a Brackle versus Iworth, the qualifier derby. Two very strong opponents. I am already at 1, so I think it's a good one for me, to be honest.
Yeah, no worries. Mal?
I'll probably go and see Scoops and Pokes. I kind of curious to see if Pokes can turn his form around against Scoops on our end.
Yeah, and Lou?
I'll let you take the choice on the last one.
Okay, no worries. I think I'll take Not So Secret. Beans is in so much of a good form, and we haven't had Tamini or Not So Secret yet on the big screen. That's okay.
Yeah.
Man.
Is that Roy left, is it? Roy and...
Yeah.
Just a quick suspension note here. Lacroix is suspended for Iworth. It doesn't look like... I mean, I've not been able to see his team fully, but it doesn't look like there's a whole lot of defensive cover there. There's maybe 1 or 2, but I'm not sure on how much of a downgrade that will be for him.
Yeah. Is there any other team news from any other games?
I've not.
Pokes has
I've
got
not.
Nuno Santos suspended, obviously, for his red card. But other than that, seems to be okay, team-wise. Not even got too many yellows.
Okay, that's good
Luke,
stuff.
go.
Badgie is making it looks like he's just switching a few roles around. He's removing his libero and sticking Kurt Zuma in the middle of his back three. Roy is not really changing anything, but he does have a few yellow card issues. There's a possibility that 4 of his starting lineup, if they get a yellow card in this game, that they're going to be suspended for the next one.
Wicked. And I don't think that there's any card issues in the game that I'm going to be watching, as we're just looking at Not So Secret doing some player instructions.
Not So Secret, by the way, is our current league leader versus Pokes, obviously, who is the current bottom of the table. So, interesting dynamics here for both of them. Not So Secret is on top in terms of goal difference. He's 4 goal difference better off than Brackle, who is behind him.
Yeah. Just looking at Pokes' tactic, he's having a rethink. He's getting some advice from, I think I saw Kev in his chat and a few other people who have been giving him some advice. He's been sticking with the tactic he used with in the after the playoff 1, which, as we saw, didn't do him particularly well. But I reckon he's with the advice he's been getting from people. I reckon he could probably give it a good go against Scoops. And to be fair, when I played him past the players 1, he did give me a very good game. Like it seemed to be like he was getting unlucky in quite a few of the matches he was in, and probably could have got a few more points if things had gone his way. So yeah, don't count him out just yet.
Yeah. Right. Any tactical news from you, Lou, for your game?
Just Bargie's having a look at set pieces at the moment, so that's why we're slightly delayed. He's doing his corner routines. Roy looking very, very calm and confident in his shade, just waiting for the game to start.
Yeah, I think we're all just waiting for the game to start. And while we are, we've got Miacon in chat, hoping for some draws tonight to aid his qualification as current best third base player. Let's see what happens for you. Keep watching, Miacon.
Yeah, but we've had one draw so far. It was by G and I Wolf in the first game week. The rest of them have been pretty close wins and losses, to be fair, most of them. Apart from not so secret games. Yeah, I forgot. Yeah, just approaching to games now. I don't think it's been much in the way of personnel change for Scoops after that win. He's playing Paulson on the left wing, which is interesting. I suppose he's got. I suppose he just Paulson can't play there. It won't really be where I'd stick it myself, but I suppose if he's going to use a one striker tactic, unless you're Eloise, of course, you'd probably want someone pairing with Paulson up front. Pokes is looking calm and collected. I think. I suppose he got Drew up front. I suppose Drew and Paulson could work as two, but he might be decent on the right hand side. Yeah, we're just about to get started here.
We've
Yeah,
just got.
Go on,
On you go. No. On you.
Okay.
I was just going to say we've just got underway here, but you can. I think I've not got sound, but it sounds like, or it looks like Iworth and Brackle are just having a laugh with each other. There's lots of smiling. They both look happy. They both look relaxed. It's great to see. We've got a goal actually. Maybe might go to VAR. Maximilian Arnold, by the way, he doesn't score this, but if we get the replay here, it's disallowed. It's disallowed. I need to see this again. It was Goody that scored. But watch the strike initially from Arnold. This is his weaker right foot. It is a clear offside. Weaker right foot, and it's hit that hard from that range that Meslier can't catch it. It's a great strike from Arnold. Unlucky.
Early chance in our game from a free kick that was headed away. Immobile trying to pick up the pieces, plays Hoffman in to Gerard Moreno, and it's a good save from the keeper. Tamini with the first chance of the game. He wins a corner from it, and Hoffman's standing over it as we speak. Fires into the back post, and it's headed away again.
Oh, goal, Scoops.
Straight to Mal.
Might be going to VAR, but it was a good crossing and header from Giroud past the keeper. Was he offside? He was offside. Okay, so false alarm. But yeah, that's Scoops has been on top for the first portion of the game. He had a chance in the first minute actually with Giroud running onto a long ball, but he put the shot wide. Yeah, it's been all Scoops so far.
Goal.
Straight to Don.
Incisive counter-attack from our qualifying champion against the runner-up and our current second place person. Good, just really good incisive counter-attack. Aguiar eventually sends it across, and Pedro Gonçalves with the finish home.
Straight to Low.
Just in injury time of the first half here. Zoom with the header away. It's a good little bit of build-up. Parisi with the ball in, though, and there's a goal for whatever his name is. It's another one that I'm not attempting to pronounce.
Cracking. Nothing really going on in the game that I'm watching here. As João Pedro gets through, makes the keeper make a save. He's going to win another corner for Tamini. I'd say Tamini's just on top at the minute. Not so secret, has had a couple of chances, but not too much going on.
Oh.
Let's
Yeah.
pop over to Mao as I think something might be
Well,
happening.
I mean, I think Giroud's just absolutely went through the back of one of Pokes' defenders there. Just like Drew just missed a header to one of the defenders. Decided to just retaliate by absolutely two-footing someone, and that does leave Scoops in a bit of a sticky situation because I think he was relying quite a bit on Giroud in the previous games. Maybe he's actually going to play Paulson up front now. That'd be nice. He's certainly got the
Hard
players to switch
decision.
around. Go on, Dom.
It's a done.
I'm going to flick just to make sure here. It is disallowed. It's another disallowed goal. It was another really strong counter attack from Brackle, but I'm not sure who it was. Just you can see quite clearly it's offside. It's Undav who has just ventured offside, unfortunately for Brackle there. Clear offside, remains 1-0 Iworth.
Scoops is going strikerless, which of all the things you go for with this, with a very good striker playing on the right wing. Go on, Dom.
I'm really sorry. It is 1-0 this time. They've had a goal disallowed each and a goal each, with the disallowed coming first. Good play from Terrier, trying to find Pedro Porro. We know how good Pedro Porro is.
Goal,
Good
Scoops.
ball in, and some Maka with the header.
I think.
Straight
It's
to
another
Mao.
VR. No, go on.
There's
go on, Luke.
Baji switched to a 3-4-3, and it seems to have paid off already. A great cross in from Alan Maximin and Moani with the equaliser right at the beginning of the second half.
Straight to Mao.
Beckett corner, headed in, swung into tries at the near post, headed in. For whatever reason, it was brought in for offside by Camavinga, who wasn't particularly offside. So, don't know what that was about. But
We have a
1-0.
goal here, so it's 1-0 to Mina versus Not So Secret. I think it was a corner from Jonas Hoffman. It's played into the front. I think it was front post, might have been back post actually, to Rafael Varane, who heads it across the line. 1-0 to Mina. Not So Secret's unbeaten records in doubt.
It's Pokes probably got a bit of confidence. Should have a bit of confidence with Scoops on 10 men. Like, it was only really a near post header from a corner, which can happen with any amount of players in the pitch.
There's
above
a goal,
zero.
but I think it's going to get disallowed. If it is a goal, then Roy's got himself back in front. And it is a goal. It is a goal. The free kick was played in. It was a great save by Sanchez. A little bit of a mess in there, but it was tapped home, and it is 2-1 to Roy.
So there we are. There we have the results. How are we getting on in your game, Don? It's been a bit quiet from you.
We just had a big shot from El Shawawi from the edge of the area. He probably could have ran into the box, but he realised that the opposition striker would have probably got to his own box before him. So he decided to just take a shot from the edge of the area, just sailed over the bar. It was a decent effort, to be fair. It remains 1-0.
Good stuff. And how are we getting on in your game, Mal?
Still half time here. Pokes is making his way through some tactical changes on his screen. I'll switch him over to. He seems to be sort of moved one of his, I think, his DM further forward and making a centre mid on the fence and changing Halsey way up to an attacking mid on attack. He's not making much in the way of big changes. He's thinking of going narrow, but he doesn't in the end. Go.
Straight to Don.
This is just a lovely counter-attack again from Brackle to get himself back in front, make sure he's still fighting with Thumniball there. Great ball down the line to Samaka, who just takes a good touch, takes it outside, but allows Undav to get across the defender and just tap home.
Good stuff. Right, we'll go back to Mal for you to finish off what you were saying, Matt.
Yeah. Pokes was getting some tactical advice from this chat. You know, there's nothing major. Like, he seems to be sticking with the three at the back and two midfielders. One sort of I guess it'd be a 5-2-1-2. Yeah, not massive changes, only a couple of rule changes, and thinking of going narrow, but deciding against it. But yeah, we'll see how it does in second half. Go on. Poulsen is on the attack here, but he's just in tackled by Ruiz, and Cooks might launch a counter. Oh, I think I'm missing a bit behind, but Camavinga has got a goal for Scoops. That was a very good shot from the edge of the box by Camavinga. Yeah, Pokes is laughing confusedly at why the change haven't worked. But yeah, 2-0 to Scoops with 10 men.
2-0 Scoots with 10 men. There we go. We have in our game that we're watching on the big screen, we have Tamini still 1-0 up against Not So Secret. To be honest, there hasn't been a lot happening in the way of highlights, but there is chances going on. Not So Secret hasn't produced as much as he normally does. We'll go straight to Lou.
And it's another goal for Roy. And it is another little cheeky dink finish as well from Canales. The ball was just played through, just run in the middle of two defenders. And Bargi's got to be a little bit disappointed because he's had a couple of very good chances. So Maximin has hit one wide from distance, and Martial had a chance, which I think hit the post. But it's just finished here, and it's Bargi 1, Roy 3, and probably on the basis of the stats, you got to say that it's a good win for Roy. But there's a few big chances that Bargi's team should have taken.
Okay. Anyway, I'll get back onto what I was saying here. Oh, I won't. Go on, Don. Straight to you.
It's that link up again. It's 3-1. Braco, Samaka, and Dav. I've got no idea how to pronounce that. I'm just going to call him Undav. But yeah, just so easy. It really is just such a simple touch. Play it across the box. Let the man have an open goal. I don't really know how we're supposed to defend this, to be honest with you. I really don't.
Okay, right. So anyway, I'll try and finish off what I was saying now. I might get a chance this time. Anyway, it's still 1-0 here to Tamini. He's limited, Not So Secret, to one shot on goal, which is great. Tamini's had 14 shots with 6 on target. And although we are watching Not So Secret's stream on the main screen there, I have got Tamini's on my side monitor. And he's literally, we're on the 67th minute. He's gone off camera since half time, so he thinks the game's already won. He's just come back now. So, but he looks quite happy with himself. I mean, I would be. Not So Secret in great form, and he's definitely keeping him quiet. So there we go. We'll pop over.
Not So Secret, not top of the group going into this game, or have I got it the wrong way around?
I think he's unbeaten, isn't he?
Yeah.
He's unbeaten.
He won his first 2 games 4-0 and 3-0. So to me, getting a win against Not So Secret is definitely a good statement of intent.
Yeah, definitely. So how's your game going, man?
Since the second goal, it's been pretty much all Pokes. He's definitely been knocking on the door. Just had a chance for the corner go well over the bar, and the save. Sorry, it was tipped over the bar, and the resultant corner came to nothing. But Pokes is definitely a better team since the goal. Still not got the best of the XG, but it's definitely looking like he could get one back.
Go
straight to Don.
It's a hat trick. It is a hat trick for Undav. Just good play. Solly played it through. Undav, one touch, back of the net, boom. 4-1.
I thought you was playing like musical statues or something there, Mal. Are you okay?
Yeah, that's all right. Yeah, the internet did a die, as it sometimes does in this house.
Happens to the best of us.
Yeah. Not missed much. Still 2-0 here.
What a goal!
Straight to Don.
I'm sorry, Mal. You're going to love who scored it though. It's Fidalgo.
Oh yes. Get in there.
You need to watch this goal, mate. You need to watch this goal. What a hit for Fidalgo. Straight from the kickoff. Barella just brings it into the half. Fidalgo And then look at this, mate. Just look at it.
Ooh,
Wow.
love to see that. That's
What a
that
hit,
is-
son. Take a bow.
I'm putting my
Just
hat down.
fucking
That is
awesome.
going to be goal of the Group B.
You need to be watching your one, though, mate.
Yeah.
Go! Oh, there we go. Right, it's we're gonna say. Oh no, we're not.
It was a
Skip the highlights.
corner. It was a
Yeah.
corner. Your phone to Sule. I just caught
Corner
it. I
by
switched it back
Griffo,
for
yeah, into Sula.
you. The good news is it's
1-1.
full time here. It's full time here, so you don't need to worry about me interrupting you again.
It's worth the interruption though. That goal, what a hit!
yeah.
But yeah, Not So Secret scored on his third chance of the game. So Tamini now has 5 minutes to see if he can hold out or get the win. Same with Not So Secret.
Full time here, 2-0 to Scoops. The end. Pope was not able to get a goal back despite being the better team since the second goal. And 10 men Scoops hold on for a 2-0 win.
Good stuff. How's your game getting on though?
We finished a while ago. Roy winning 3-1 over Barge in what's a very good result.
Yeah, okay then. So it's just this one left that we've got on the big screen. So we're in for a final tense 5 minutes for either side. Lots of tactical changes at the minute. Tamini's just swapping a few people about. As Malin and Fratesi come on for Tamina. What can they produce? Can we get a late winner?
I will say, looking at the XG, Tamini has had a much better game, but it seems like Not So Secret with whatever that tactic is. It looks more normal now, but having a left midfielder on the left wing back makes it look interesting. Oh, there we go. It's moving back to left midfielder now. Now it looks a bit more normal. Yeah, it should be. It's making changes to stay out of the game at the moment, so I reckon you'll probably end one each. Definitely going for the draw.
I definitely think he's probably he wants to draw. Tamini has been by far the better side. He's created all the chances. All the players have been from Tamino. I think he's going to be very disappointed that he's let that goal in, as we might have a chance here. Blint throw in, passes into Varane, Badashile, Smits into Hoffman, back to Smits. Oh, and then he gives it away, and Griffo picks it up. Can Not So Secret? No, he can't. It's a long ball over. It's worked away by the defender.
Oh.
It's a long highlight. So we might get something. Hoffman's brought down in the area by Thomas Delaney. It's going to be a penalty. No mistakes by the VAR team in our tournament.
No. Well, not yet anyway. Yes, could be. It's a very late penalty. It could change the momentum of the tournament. This
definitely. Thomas Delaney picking up the yellow card, and Tamini's covering his eyes as Immobile steps up and he fires it top corner past the keeper. Tamini 2, Not So Secret 1. There's not even going to be enough time to kick off, I don't think. 94 minutes played. I think that's the latest goal I've seen. What a goal. I mean, he deserves it. He definitely deserves it. Tamini's out of camera again. I think he's gone to celebrate. Yeah, he comes back, smile. It's an ear to ear smile. He's over the moon. And it's finished. Tamini 1. Not So Secret. No, Tamini 2, Not So Secret 1. Sorry.
Yeah.
There we go.
It's good to see it has that much energy for 3 o'clock in the morning or 4 o'clock in the morning. I imagine now over there. Yeah. I imagine he's probably waking neighbours with that celebration.
He's either having a few coffees or a few energy drinks.
Yeah.
I'd say. A good siesta in the afternoon might have seen him throw. Anyway, anything to add from your games? Start off with Mal and go up.
It's pretty. Well, I mean, I'd say Scoots probably just deserved to win it based off the 2 halves. Pokes definitely came back into it after the second goal, but just didn't really create enough to really overly threaten Scoops' lead. Probably could have got a goal back, but 2-0 win for Scoops in the end with 10 men.
Nice. And Don?
No, the only thing I'd say is this Samaka and for strike partnership is looking extremely dangerous. Iworth had no idea how to deal with that, and to be honest, watching it, I've got no idea. There was literally just two of them were just absolute tap-ins for Undav, where Samaka's just created the space for him to have this easy tap-in. It was like playing FIFA 13, you know, when you run through and you just press the Y button to your strike partner. That's what it was like, and there was nothing that you could do against it.
Wow, that's nice. And Lou, anything to add from your game?
Yeah, I think it was definitely a deserved result for Roy, but Bargy will be kicking himself a little bit. At 1-1, there were two glorious chances for one for St. Manxman, one for Martial. But in the end, it was Roy who managed to come away with the win.
Okay, is that right? We'll run through. Oh, I thought I took my camera off then, and it's Don that's took his camera off, and it's got my logo on it. I was really, it just threw me. Sorry about that. Anyway, right, we'll run through scores from game week 3 and match day fixtures for game week 4, and we'll also try and run through a table if I can get a shot of that too. So we'll start off Brackle 4, Iworth 2, Badgie 1, Roy 3, Scoops 2, Pokes 0. And Tamini 2, Not So Secret 1. I'm just trying to see if we can get... Yes, we can. The table looks like this as follows. Brackle is top. He's our only unbeaten competitor in the draft at the minute with 3 wins from 3, sitting on 9 points. Not So Secret's in second place on 6 points, followed by No Purpose FC, which I believe is Roy. On 6 points. Scoops in 4th on 6 points. Tamini's in 5th on 6 points. And then we've got Badgie in 6th place on 1 point. Worf in 7th place on 1 point. And Pokes holding up the bottom of the table on 0 points in 8th. So we've got 4 competitors at the minute sat on 6 points. It's not something that FM Miacon's going to be happy about. But we're definitely in for a cracking draft for the second half.
For sure.
Match day 4 fixtures are as follows as well. We've got Roy will play Brackle, which I think is one that I'd like to cover on the main screen if we have no objections. We also have Not So Secret versus Scoops, Pokes versus Badgie, and Iworth versus Tamini. So we have some cracking fixtures. This time I'll let Lou pick first.
I'll go with Not So Secret Scoops.
And Don?
I will take the Pokes game, please.
Yeah, and that leaves Worf and Tamini for you, Mal, if that's okay.
That's
Thank you.
Should be news in the fixtures. Tamini's just come off a big 2-0 win against top of the table, and it looks like he could be pressing for a top 3 place. Whereas Iworth is sort of having a bit of a rough tournament than did do in the qualifiers, but he's definitely got a potential to turn it around. That's for sure.
Yeah, definitely. It's so close as well, don't you think? With obviously Brackle is unbeaten at the minute and looks very happy on his stream there. I mean, obviously you would be after 3 wins from 3, but then I think you've got Not So Secret, Tamini, Roy, and I don't want to get it wrong. Scoops all on 6 points, so it's very very close as it stands.
Scoops has got a couple of selection issues here. Rekic got sent off in the last one, so suspended. Did he get sent off? But he's not playing anyway. And also Yusuf Poulsen is unavailable. So Scoops has only got a bench of 6 rather than 7 for this one. I can't see Not So Secret's looking at opposition instructions at the moment, so I can't see if he's got any changes in his side at the moment.
Yeah. Doesn't seem to be much in the way of suspensions for Iworth. He seems to be relatively clean, but he's making a couple of changes. In fact, he's changed his tactic. He's switched to, I think this is another one of his, I think it's the same one he used in the qualifiers, the melted 4-3-3, as he likes to call it. He's got the players for it, to be fair, so he could be in for something different this time. To me, he's sticking with his very narrow sort of 4-4-1, 4-2-1-3, however you call that formation. Yeah, doesn't seem to be making much in way of changes. Seems to be sticking with the tactic he started with, and it's been working for him decently so far.
Oh, sorry. Not really much team news here, although 3 of Brackle's back 4 and his DM are all on yellow cards. So that could be big for the next game, depending on what happens in this. He's also got Mukta Diakabe on a yellow card, which I don't know whether he's resting him with that yellow card in mind, thinking I'd rather lose to Devo or Soleil. And he's also got Lucas Kamaka on a yellow card. So lots of yellow cards for Brackle.
Yep. Yeah. So it's just entering the games now. I don't think there's. I think to me, he's actually sticking with Makoko up top instead of whoever he was using previously. I think it was probably Marlon. To be fair to him, he's been doing well the last couple of games. I've seen him. I think he got on goal in last game, so there's no reason to change it if he's working well. Yeah, so very much very much doing well for him for £1 million pick. Both team totals going about as well as you'd expect. Sort of okayish for this early on draft mode.
Here we've got striker-wise of the other end of the scale. We've got Lasagna versus Adeyemi in the starting lineups. It's kind of the old man passing the baton on at the other end, if you like. But other than that, nothing really to report here that I was able to spot. I did have a little bit of issue getting onto the stream again just with ads and stuff, so I missed some team news there, so I do apologise if there's anything missed on that end.
No worries.
Very nervous times there for Brackle. I don't know what happened, but João Paulinho was stood off the pitch. Maybe it was an injury, had to go off. His goalkeeper then proceeded to pass it out to Roy's striker, who just knocked it straight into his hands. As we do get a goal, and it's going to be Roy 1, Brackle 0. Andure scores from the header. It's a corner whipped in by Luis Alberto. And it's nodded on by, I think, Granabri, who nods it into Denswil, who nods it back to Andure, and then finally nods it into the goal. It was like a game of headers or keep it up. And I nearly got lost, but it's 1-0 Roy, and I don't think he's through the kitchen sink tactic in just yet. It's very quiet in the other games, so we'll go to Lou first. You're looking a bit...
Yeah, it's not a lot happened. We've not had too many highlights. Scoops is winning the shots on target vote here.
Go, maybe Clark. Sorry. It's for books as well. You know, if this is allowed, it's awarded. It is Karim Adeyemi who has scored. Jose, this is all Josu, by the way. Look at that. He commits 3 defenders to him and just lets Adeyemi have all the space in the world. Good ball across. And Adeyemi with the tap home. It is Hawks 1, Badgie 0.
He's having the time of his life there.
So go. Oh, goal to Meanie Ball.
Right,
and it's that man I mentioned early on, the user for Makoko, guessing on the end of, I think that was a João Pedro cross. Sissoko picking up the ball with a bit of a clump coming together between him and the defender. Good ball to João Pedro, and Makoko was there. Knock it in from inside 6-yard box. Make it 1-0 to Meanie.
There we go. At half time in the game that I'm watching, it's still 1-0 to Roy against Brackle. I think I'm fast becoming the winning streak curse, because I had Not So Secret who hadn't lost a game in the last one, and then he went on to lose, and now I've got Brackle who's currently losing. So I think they're going to hate me at the end of this, but no, that's one of them things, isn't it? How are you getting on with your game, Lo?
Yeah, we're at half time. So not a game of not too many highlights. I think Scoops is struggling. I got it wrong at the beginning. It wasn't obviously the red card was for Giroud, so he's missing Giroud and Paulson and Rekic. Rekic with I'm assuming too
Red
many
card.
yellows. Oh,
Straight to Don.
Pokes is a goal up and a man up as Anthony Martial with the 2-footed lunge. Needlessly, it was deep into Pokes' half. The centre back had it. Martial just had to press. Instead, goes in 2-footed. Sees himself having an early bath, half an hour in. Pokes
Goal.
1, Badgie 0.
We'll go straight back to me here. And it's Brackle. It's Pedro Porro. Passes it into Undav. This partnership that's been so deadly. Undav puts the ball over the top. And Gianluca Scamacca is there to get on the end of it and fire it into the bottom corner past the keeper. It's Roy 1, Brackle 1. That was Brackle's second shot on target. And again, we had this in the same in the last game where Not So Secret didn't produce anything. Roy must be distraught at this point because it looks like Brackle's coming back into the game a bit and he's produced nothing up until the 52nd minute. We'll go back to Lou. If you can remember what you were saying, you can finish off.
Well, let's say we're at an hour played. The XG suggests everything about the quality of chances. 0.67 to Not So Secret to 0.49 for.
I am sorry, Lou. I am going to have to interrupt you again. We have a penalty here for Roy.
Goal to Mini as well.
We're going round the grounds in a minute. Angerin steps up and it's saved into the net by Meslier. It's 2-1 Roy straight to Mal.
Great ball forward. Mako gets the end of it. Good little run. Slots it past the keeper into the bottom right-hand corner. 2-0 to Mini. That man Mako could get another goal.
Yeah. Did you call us out, Don, or am I thinking?
No, I was busy just making sure that I tried to get all those goals on screen for you, mate. I literally waited until your penalty went in and then flipped it to Mal so that he could get caught. I'm going to shout, goal.
Go on.
It is 2-0 to Pokes. Believe it or not, it is a corner from Philip Max onto Gianluca Mancini's head in the back of the net. It is Pokes 2, Badgie 0. What a result this is.
What a scoreline that's turning on being. You got something you want to come in with there, Mal?
I was going to say that Pokes has been absolutely loving any goals he's scored. Somebody did during the players where he sort of put himself in a position where any goal he scored is absolutely wildly celebrated. I just saw that on your screen there.
Yeah. So,
he's still going, by the way. He is still going. And he just scored again. He's just scored again.
Yes.
Look at him. Look at him. Look at this. But I'm not commentating on the goal because look at Pokes. Just look at Pokes. Enjoy that. Enjoy that. He's now taking a breath. I'm not pronouncing. I think it was Xavier that scores it. It was indeed. But just look at the smile. Look at the joy. Look at the elation. It's 3-0. Unbelievable scenes here.
We've had an end-to-end game. We've had a couple of chances on both sides, and they've been good saves. Angerin's had a couple. We had Brackle with a couple of chances as well, but it's still 2-1 here. There's 20 minutes left. We're going to try and go third time lucky to get an update from Lou.
It's full time and it's 0-0, and it was a dour game of football. Absolutely dour game of football. To be honest, this game was deserved to be talked over. It's a game of very few highlights. It's like a 0.72 to 0.59 xG. So probably 0-0 was the right result.
Wow. If you're just looking on screen there, Angerin there goes and hits the bar for Roy. That would have been a massive goal. And I think that would have put it beyond any doubt. We'll go to Mal.
Goal Wolf, I think. Is he going to run back to halfway? And I think it is a goal. There's one of the telltale signs of a allowed goal. Yep. There was a good ball through by, I think that's Fidalgo. Through to Fidalgo, through to Pedro, and it to Andre Silva. Being paused because of the tactical change. So go on, Dom.
Straight to Don.
Mine's got to be nice and simple. Dembele cross, Zuma header, back of the net. There we go. 3-1.
Yeah.
Goal. It's a goal to Brackle. It's paused. Okay. Right, it's a header for Mukhtar anyway, I think.
Hey, my boy.
We'll
Yeah,
soon find out.
Yeah. Iwolf has a chance of getting back into this now. It seems to have been, whatever changes he made at halftime seem to have definitely galvanised his team a bit. Like, he's definitely trying to make his way back into it for sure.
Still paused.
There we
Right,
go.
now we're on pause. Now we can talk our way through the goal. Right, it's Skamaka picks up the ball left hand side of Roy's half, plays it into Mukhtar. Mukhtar then just the keeper Pacheco should have done a lot better there. Sort of went through the gap between his arm and his side. And I think Roy's going to be disappointed with that. He's got to be disappointed with that. He's controlled the game in most parts. There has been chances to either side that haven't been taken, wasted. But overall, I'd say Roy probably does deserve to be in the lead here, and he could well be in the lead here. No, he's not. Clearance from the cross, but it only goes as far as a Roy player. As Brackle decides to break away with his wonder, João Felix, and Laborde hits over the bar. And that sums up the game here today in this one. It's the chances that they're getting, they're just not taking. Oh, we have a goal. We have a goal, Roy. It's 3-2. It's a free kick, and it's hit the bar. It's come out, and who's that there? But the Mbappe fraud, as Don would call him, Serge Gnabry. He's the poor man's Mbappe, and he pops up with a poke. 3-2 to Roy, and he definitely deserves it. 4.4 xG will highlight that. 21 shots, 12 on target to Brackle's 7, and maybe the curse of the host is coming alive again. How are the other games getting on? Over to you, Mal.
Still 2-1 Tamini. It's been relatively highlightless so far after Wolf's goal. Tamini did spend a bit of time making some tactical changes. I think he's gone a bit more defensive. Hoffman's got a free kick. Ooh, good save by Lafont. And he's managed to make a fantastic double save. Pedro was offside, but that was a brilliant double save. On the floor, he scrambled over to get to tip away Pedro's second shot. And yeah, he's definitely moved. He's moved back to the sort of the 4-4-2 with 2 DMs. With a defensive winger, which is interesting. So yeah, he's definitely making some changes now. But on Marlon for Immobile, maybe bringing the changes around. Yeah, definitely. Is he going to bring off Makoko as well? No, he's keeping Immobile on, bringing off Makoko. Okay, that's a bit of a long-winded way to get around it, but yeah, that's probably the most sensible situation game like this. Yeah, it's 2-1 Tamini.
Okay, and how's your game getting on, Don?
It is full time. The 0-pointer has gone. Pokes free. Badgie won. Solid game, to be fair. Could have gone either way. I think Pokes probably does edge it. The red card maybe does play a difference, but Pokes won't care. He is loving life right now. He's up. He's still celebrating, still smiling, still laughing. Good on him.
Right, straight to Mal.
Goal Iwolf. It was a... Sorry, might have missed that because I was refreshing one of the streams, but it was a great got a switch to Iwolf since he's not going to be in touch. Andre Silva pick up the ball on the halfway line. Great ball through to Pedro Gonçalves, by the way. And the keeper could have run out a bit early, I think, but Gonçalves was able to sort of knock it past him and empty net 2 each. Definitely been Iwolf definitely come back into it, so probably deserve 2-2 draw at the moment. I imagine Tamini's gonna definitely making some changes to counter out this. Definitely go back to his his ranging a bit more to a diamond actually, rather than going back to what he was doing. So he's going wide rather than narrow. Interesting stuff.
It's been a bit of a story of the evening tonight, hasn't it? Where one side will go up and then the other side seems to come back.
Yeah, someone's been 2 goals up as well. Like for that, like 3 or 4 occasions this time around. I wonder if there's something in the water in Draftland today.
something to keep an eye on. Anyway, we'll let you see us out, Mal, as you're the only game
That's it.
still going.
Yeah, that was right. Varane, good big long ball forward to Marlon. Is he going to do? What's a? I thought it was going to be a tackle there, but he managed to get a shot off, and it was a good save by Wolf's keeper, and it's going to go for a corner. Offman to take it. I imagine it's going to be whipped in and cleared. It's a far post, and Badger Stevens always get ahead on it, and it's gone out for. It's gone out for. It was going to be another corner, but apparently not. To me, he's trying to make another sub, but I don't think he's. He must have used all of his allotted times to make a sub, because he has made only ready 4. Yeah, seem to be definitely trying to get back into the game now. Iwolf is sticking with what he has, although it's a poor ball by Fidalgo. I'm sorry to say that, but it was a bit of a dodgy ball. Fortunately, it's one back and it's threaded ball to Andre Silva. Guri making his way through now. Shoots an effort. Good save by Bauman for Tamini, and it's quite end-to-end stuff here. Definitely pit both of them absolutely gunning for the winner. As in this pretty designing game. If Wolf does need a win to have a decent chance of going through in even in third. He's at the moment he's going to the 3 games left. He'll be 5 points behind Not So Secret in third, going to that lively table. Might be wrong, of course. But yeah, time's ticking down. Tamini's sticking up there with this point, so I suppose he's got less of an incentive to go for the win. But you do want to go through in that top 2 places, especially with a 13 point target to aim for. It's definitely doable now. Definitely doable by both of those if they get 2 wins. So Iwolf late chance. Oh, Varane gets in the middle. I'm not sure why he hit it that far back, but there's a pretty interesting clearance out to Grimaldo. Barella crosses him. Fidalgo, I'm not sure why I'm celebrating, but because it's Alvaro Fidalgo, but Iwolf has just gone 3-2 up in the 91st minute. It was a pretty poor clearance led to Grimaldo knocking the ball back to Barella, who knocks it across the box for Fidalgo. It's a decent effort from just inside the box. It's 3-2 Iwolf, and Tamini's got to be thinking about changes. I say that as he's not there. I presume he must have gone off in a bit of a gone off in frustration. But we can
on this. As things stand, who would have predicted that Badgie would be bottom after 4 games? That's a crazy stat.
Yeah, full-time here, by the way, 3-2 Iwolf. But yeah, Badgie is definitely struggling so far. He didn't. He had a tough start against 2 of the qualifiers, who are currently one sitting pretty at the near the top of the table.
That's a massive result as well for Wolf, because that's his
definitely.
first win of the night. Just going to be about to go into the second round of fixtures. I just want to bring Eloise's comment in here, Mal. Fidalgo not worth picking. Have we got any words on that? That's it. You just got the shake of the head there, Eloise. Mal's not happy.
I'm disappointed, Eloise. I'm disappointed in you. I know you're joking.
Right there. So what we'll be doing in a minute, we'll quick run through off the panel. We'll do a recap on the fixture, the results from game week 4, and then we'll have a quick short break. Anything out of, I don't even know if I need to ask you, Lou, but anything out of your game that didn't get mentioned in the comms?
The highlight of the game for me was watching Scoop celebrate this 0-0 draw with a rave in his stream. It literally wasn't anything really that happened. As I said, the XG was like 0.79 to 0.59. There were chances, there weren't good ones, and there weren't many highlights. So a dour 0-0 draw, and probably due it considering my comments after game week 1.
There we go. What about you, Don? Anything to add on your game that wasn't brought up in comms?
No, I'm just delighted for Pokes here, just seeing how he's reacting. You know, it's for me, it's really quite heartwarming to see this kind of enjoyment that people get out of the drafts. And, you know, particularly when it's been a difficult draft for you to then have that win, you just see all that pressure relieve off him a little bit. So hugely delighted for Pokes.
Yeah, definitely. He very much deserves his celebrations. Oh, pardon me. Anything from your game, Mal, that wasn't brought up in comms?
I think you said it just was just as the result in this is Iwar's first win. It does keep him in that hunt for the qualification spot. He's still got a bit of way to go. It'd be 5 points behind Brackle and can't remember who else it was up there at the moment, but it's 5 points off the top two, and I believe it would be 3 points behind third. But the maximum he can get at this point would be 12. So I don't think he can make it through in third place. So he's got to hope for some big slips on the top two. To me, he's in a bit better position. He's still within a good chance of finishing that top three after this loss. But it's gonna hurt. It's gonna hurt the momentum, isn't it? So we'll see how this affects the two going into the final 3 game weeks.
Definitely right. So we'll just run through the scores. Just a quick shout out to Eloise in the background doing the score graphics tonight. Great job again, as always. Thank you. Much appreciated. We wouldn't be able to do this without all you behind the scenes people doing such a great job. So Roy 3, Brackle 2, Not So Secret 0, Scoops 0, Pokes 3, Badgie 1, and Iwarf 3, Tamini 2. And I also have a table in front of me as well to go through a quick table. We've got Brackle sitting in first on 9, Roy in second on 9. Goal difference of 1 separates those two. Not So Secret is in third on 7. Scoops is in fourth on 7. Tamini's in fifth on 6 points. Iwarf in 6 on 4. As we said not long ago, that result there going into the last 4 games is massive because that could bring Wharf back into the table. Pokes then moves up off bottom place on 3 points in 7th place, massive for him. And we see Badgie sitting on bottom with 1 point and no win to his name. We do have 4 games left remaining of the night. We will just take a short break. Is there anything before the break that we need to add, or should I just run the videos?
Yeah, just I suppose just say it's going to be an interesting set of final 3 fixtures. We've got still very tight at the top after the first 4 games. 5 people who could arguably getting those top 2 qualification places, and definitely going to be threatening that 13-point target set by Mircom. That's for sure.
Definitely, I can echo that. Stick around, don't miss out on any of the action because the final 3 games are going to decide it. We'll hit you with some videos.
Inside me, son of a god. I'm like a titan that's rising. No, just you watch. I'm stepping into fate. There is no time to waste. I've got that lightning inside me. This is how legends are made. Up on the throttle, victory is mine. Show you the harder the battle, harder I fight. I've come too far to quit. Step back, I'm going in. I'm cranking up on the throttle. This is how legends are made. from the fire, getting stronger. This is how legends are made. Above it all, untouchable, a new animal. This is how legends are made. This is how legends are made. This is how legends are made. I got the lightning inside me. Oh, just you watch. This is how legends are made. I'm like a titan that's rising. Oh, just you watch. This is how legends are made. I've got that lightning inside me, son of a god. I'm like a titan that's rising, oh, just you watch. I'm stepping into fate. There is no time to waste. I've got that lightning inside me. This is how legends are made. This is how legends are made. This is how legends are made.
Right, and we are back. Thank you for everybody that stuck around. We'll soon be getting into our final 3 fixtures. We do have a fixture list to go through. So, match day 5, we'll see Brackle play Pokes, Roy play Iwarf, Badgie play Not So Secret, and Scoops will play Tamina. So standout fixtures in that one, guys. What do you think?
Well, Scoops and Tamini's definitely going to be a battle for that third place spot. Like both, I think Scoops on 7, Tamini's on 6. Could be a pretty pivotal game, getting a bit away from that little pack of those people.
Scoops incidentally has got another 2 players suspended for this game, so I don't know if anybody's come back from the other suspensions, but Scoops is definitely picking up far too many yellow cards, so that may hurt him.
I think the standout game for me is Roy Iwarf, to be honest. 2 absolute tactical masters. Iwarf obviously just starting to find a bit of form, and Roy sitting there joint on points with Brackle now.
Yeah, I do agree. There is some good games here, and definitely going into the last 2, this could be a deciding week in where people are going to finish in the table.
Sure.
With that being said, I think maybe we put the Roy Iwarf game on the main screen, if that's okay with everybody else.
Mm-hmm.
Louis, can you pick a game with goals in?
Yeah, I'm gonna. I believe that I'm gonna pick if I go Brackle Pokes. I'm sure I can get a couple of goals in this one.
Okay, so Don.
I'll take the Scoops versus whoever Scoops is playing, to be honest. I'm not good at remembering all the names, but yeah, I've not seen Scoops yet, so I'll go across there.
Scoops plays Tamini, so that means that it's Badgie, Not So Secret for you, Mo, if that's okay.
Okay, that's no
Thank
problem.
you. Right.
To stream and see what they've got going. Yeah. It's interesting, Not So Secret sort of having a bit of a rough time after that pretty dominant start he had. With the for winning 4-0 and 3 on the first 2 games. Sort of after that first loss, he sort of seemed to have fallen off a fair bit. Hope he's. I hope he could find a bit of form to get back into that top 2 contention.
I'm just having a look. Pokes is having a look at the opposition here. Brackle has got an amazing amount of yellow cards, and by the look of it, also he's missing Soleil and Porro from his back 4. So that is an issue. And with those 2 suspended, he's still got 6 players on yellow cards in his starting 11. So there's at the moment, with the way he's playing, Brackle could have some issues with suspensions going into the last couple of games.
Yeah, I think we're seeing that in Iwar's lineup as well. He has put Grimaldo back in instead of Moreno, but he's got 5 in his starting lineup that are on yellows, with 2 that are on the bench on yellows. So if he is going to have a late push up the table, he's going to need to avoid seeing some cards off the referee.
2 pretty big misses for one for each side here. Badgie is missing Anthony Martial, whilst not so is missing Moise Keane, who has been very good for him so far. So he's not his starting striker, so it's not too much of a loss, but it's definitely a bit of a not something not to lose coming off the bench.
I think Keane's been a very important impact player from. I think he's used the physical presence of Wind and Ronaldo to sort of tire out the opponents, and then use Keane to take advantage of that.
Yeah. Just give a shout out to JM. Thank you for the follow, JM. Welcome in. Yeah. I hope you're well.
Hi, Jim.
We're just waiting for the last couple of teams to be submitted for game week 5.
Badges.
After that,
go on, look.
I was going to say after Pokes' red card and switching to the back 3, he's kept it. He's essentially playing a 3-4-3, but with 2 strikers. So I've not seen him go that all out. So it'd be interesting, especially seeing as he's got wide centre backs as well. So could leave him a little bit exposed going for a couple of goals.
Definitely. Badgie is playing St. Maximin as a false 9. It seems like an interesting. Has he been doing that all the time? Because that's not where I'd stick him. With Lasagna as a pressing forward, so there's no one who you'd say is particularly out and out goal scorer in that front 3 for like roles wise. I suppose you could say Lasagna's probably going to be the main threat, but yeah, there's no guy you'd expect to go in there and just get the goals. Interesting how this works.
Right, then we are just getting into the games for game week 5. Let's hope we can have some more heroics from the likes of Fidalgo and Co.
Yeah, and get Pokes' second win so we can see him go mental again.
Yeah, definitely. Has anybody's games kicked off yet?
Just about to.
Talks.
Yeah.
Sorry, Mal.
Yeah, so not a secret is looking at his tactics. I think he's probably going to make a couple of changes to counteract Badges. I think go lower the tempo a little bit and moving one of his fullbacks a bit further forward, and then looking at opposition's instructions. Probably seeming a bit confused about why there's St. Maximin as a false 9. It's putting hard tackling on Demirbay, which isn't a bad shout as a cam. Yeah, it's Badgie's just waiting around having a chat with. I think Gavin's in his chat, so he's got some good tactical advice behind him.
We're just about to kick off here on the main screen between Roy and
Goal.
I, Wolf. We'll go straight to Lou.
Straight away. And the near post corners are a thing still. Aaron with the corner straight into the near post to Todibo, and that is easy as you like for a very early goal for Brackle.
Pick the right game there, Lou.
Nice to hear your voice, mate, during game week.
We have a goal. Goal here for Roy. It's Luis Alberto playing it down the left to Parisi. Parisi runs all the way down to the byline.
Goal.
Does turn, slots it into Serge Gnabry, and the poor man's Mbappe slots it past the keeper. 1-0 Roy straight to Don.
It's just a really bit of good work here from Draxler down the left-hand side, rather. Commits a lot of defenders. Good ball into Pizzi. Back of the net. 1-0 Scoops.
Goal.
Over to Lou.
It's 2-0 Brackle, and it's been a very long highlight from Brackle. Started all the way from the goal kick, and it's come down the pitch. There's been a lot of chances to get the ball in, but as it happened, Shawari hit the shot straight off the defender. Felix volleyed in the rebound. It's 2-0 Brackle. Pokes is in trouble.
It's 2-0 also here to Roy. It started off inside his own half with Alberto. Canales there playing the through ball to Angerin, and he slots it past the keeper into the bottom corner. 2-0. Wolf, he's going to have to come from behind again. Over to Lou.
Is it? It's a really good place. Camacho got through and hit the post, and the ball come across to Correa. It is a goal. Correa then plays the ball back in. Towering header from Scamacha. 13 minutes played, and it's 3-0 Brackle. And Pokes is still smiling, but he's in a lot of trouble.
I see.
I'll tell you who else is in trouble right now is Mr. Muircon. Just looking at the live league tables, if things stay the way they stand, basically Scoops and Roy only have 2 games to get 3 points required to equal him, and both have better goal difference.
Okay, interesting. That's something we'll have to keep an eye on. How is your game going, Mal?
Well, it's been no goal so far, but it's still been a decent game. Badgie just had a very good chance where Lasagne was probably should have scored from inside 6 yards box, but it was parried out for a corner. Both teams have had shots going narrowly over the bar as well, so there's been chances, but none have been put away so far. Still 0-0 here, and I think it's I was gonna say go to half-time now, but it's a highlight. I will get back to you.
Over to Don.
It's that man, Giroud. The man who is on the front of every calendar in the world when it comes to football and for sale for certain genders. Draxler knocks it through to him. Giroud, 1 touch, top corner. What do you want, man? That is beautiful. I would stick that goal on a calendar, to be honest with you.
That goal's almost as sexy as him. Over to Lou.
And Pokes has got a goal back. It all started from the corner. The ball come back out again. There's a great ball in, which is volleyed in by Vitina. It's 3-1, and Pokes has got back in.
There we go. Maybe Pokes on the comeback there at 3-1. It's still 2-0 to Roy in this game. Wolf's not really creating much. He's made a few tactical changes. Early news is Grimaldo is definitely going to be out of the next game for Wolf because he's picked up another yellow card. As he's standing over a free kick, he tries the cheeky down the line and it doesn't work. Dominguez comes away with it to Canales. Angerin's through again. We've seen him score from this position. He goes down in the box. Nothing given. Maybe our VAR team's just as bad as the Premier League VAR team, but that's a conversation for another day. As Parisi still continues the attack, and Zaniolo's there, and that's why Roma sold him to Galatasaray because that man should have scored or at least worked the keeper. Anyway, we'll go around the grounds again. We'll start with Mal and we'll work our way up, barring any goals. Mal.
It's still it's still half time here. Not as if it's been stern at its tactics and making a few little changes, moving, sort of making defense drop off a bit, lowering the tempo slightly. Nothing major. I don't know. He's actually just changed to complete. It's just actually a bit more moving to a flat five at the back with 2 ball defenders and 1 centre back. So not much in the way of going forward from the centre back's end. Going to a strangely Tamini ball-like formation. Very narrow, but with actual wing backs this time. Oh no, he's moving Griefer out to the wing. He's making a lot of changes, so I think it's going to be well till we get going again.
I have to wait and see if any of those come to fruition. Over to you, Dan. How's your game getting on?
It's still 2-0. Tamini's starting to come back into it. In fact, you'd pretty much say right now that he's getting FM'd since the second goal. He's really pushed on, got really high XG. Casper Schmeichel standing very, very tall for Mr. Scoops Callahan and making some big saves, some goal line clearances from his defenders as well. It remains 2-0, mate.
And how about your game, Lou?
Since the goal, there's only really been one highlight. Brackle hit the post just before half time. Pokes has been making a lot of tactical changes. His team talk didn't go particularly well. They were all very. Most of the players were very anxious at half time. So we'll see if he can change that in game.
Yeah, it's not what you want to see, anxious players, but we do have a goal on the main screen, and it's that man, Iworth again, mounting his comeback. It's started inside his own half. Simakan to Barella to Pedro Goncalves. Pedro Goncalves slots in a ball to Andre Silva, who pokes home from about 6 to 7 yards out. It's 2-1. We've seen Worf in this position before. Does he have the minerals to come back again? Roy has pretty much controlled the game so far, but we've also seen Roy in this as Pacheco comes. He's playing more as a left wing back. Very nice football, but also dangerous from Roy. And he's played over the top to Angerin, rounds the keeper, and he slots it home. Roy 3, Worf 1. We're getting all the action at the minute. It's end-to-end stuff here. And it's what we love to see, to be honest with you. So Zaniolo started to move. Luis Alberto plays it over. Andrew in there, he hits it before he's about to go around the keeper, which I think what puts the keeper off. He went down to the ground a bit too early. And he's on fire. He's and yeah. Whatever his name is, I'm going to do a look. Everybody else is very quiet. Does that mean
we had a disallowed goal?
Goal, not so secret.
Straight to Mal.
That was a pretty tight defensive error by Badges, one of Badges centre backs. I'll switch on to the Badges screen. It was a tackle from Grifo. Ronaldo gets it forward, and I'm not sure what Badges centre back was doing there. He decided to go for the ball and not go for it at all, and allowed Jonas Wind to nip through and knock it past the keeper. Not really sure what I can't remember. I think that was Diop. Not really sure what Diop was doing there, because he just went for it. Then just did he? I think he touched it and went on.
Goal.
But yeah, doesn't matter. Go and see.
Where's my mouse gone? Let's get it off. It's a goal to Iworth. It's 3-2. Amin Guiri plays it back to Grimaldo to Schlotterbeck, who whips it over to Guiri, and then he just dinks the keeper. I mean, that's got more dinks than the dinky donut, hasn't it? That's lovely. That's what you like to see from Amin Guiri. That's so sexy stuff. Straight to Lou.
Yeah, ball was played over the top, but the horrific defensive mistake. The header was basically tapped straight onto the striker. Meslier makes a great save, but Savanier scores for Pokes. It's 3-2 Brackle now. Pokes is very much in this game.
While we are with you, Lou, can we also get an update on that disallowed goal, if that's okay?
So the ball was played in to Scamacca. He headed it down, and then it was played across and scored. But Scamacca in that nod down was offside himself, so the goal was ruled out.
There we go then. And if there's nothing else going on, we'll pop to Don because this has got to be the quietest I've ever heard a Scottish man.
Yeah, other than the goals, I've not had a huge amount to talk about, to be honest with you. It was quite a long half-time break as some of the ball made some changes and stuff. He's making some more as we speak. But Lottie nipped in and sort of created a counter-attack for Scoops not that long ago, but it didn't come to anything. So, yeah, we've got a corner right now, so stay with me for a second.
We'll stay with you.
We've got Makoku launching it in. It's Badashiel. It is 2-1. I felt that coming, you know. I felt it coming. It's Makoku's ball right across, and Badashiel, who was a half-time sub for from the ball here, has got above everyone. It is 2-1.
Right, our highlights just finished, but there is a goal for Roy. It was a goal kick played short to Schlotterbeck. Schlotterbeck then plays it. I think it must be between Arnold, I'd say. Backwards, forwards, backwards, forwards, backwards, forwards. 3 times they play 1-2 football between each other. And then as Schlotterbeck receives it back the 3rd time, he stands there. I think he dropped his car keys or something on the floor because he was just looking down. And there was the striker to pinch it off him and slot it past the keeper. And that puts Roy 4-2 up now. And Roy's completely in control of the game. We'll bring you some stats on this in a minute. Once Sports done his changes.
We're full time here. It's finished Brackle 3, Popes 2. There were 6 yellow cards for Brackle. Now, obviously, before the game, there were 6 people on yellow cards. I'm pretty sure 3 of those were defenders, and there were 3 defenders booked. So I've got a feeling that Brackle is not going to have much of a defence for the next game.
Lovely stuff. How's everybody out? How's your game going, Don?
We've just got another highlight. Long ball to Poulsen. It's a decent effort from Poulsen just over the bar. It remains 2-1, mate.
Remains 2-1 there. And we're just going to get some stats back on screen. So it's 4-2 here to Roy with 10 minutes left. Roy's had 22 shots, 12 on target, 2.88 XG. He's creating absolutely loads. Every time we've watched Roy play tonight, I've got to hand it to him. He's creating all the chances. I think, if I'm correct, Wolf had 7 shots with 2 or 3 on target. So it's going to be a long road back with 5 minutes left for Wolf. How's your game getting on, Mal?
I've just had St. Maximin clip the post and head back out. It's been, I wouldn't say it's been Badgie on top. I'd say both sides have had decent chances since Nosasuke's got his goal, but it's just going to go to full time. The clock's ticking down. Yeah, it's full time here. Nosasuke at 1, Badgie 0.
Okay, so that's another defeat for Badgie. Badgie yet to win a game tonight. He's got 2 games left to try and change that. Also, lose games finished as well, I think, if I'm correct. So my game is on the 94th minute, and that's full time. So it's Roy 4, Wolf 2. We're going to pass over now to Don to see out game week 5.
Yeah, we've got about 10 minutes remaining here. Not a huge amount to tell you. From the ball is probably a little bit on top, but most of the chances he's creating now are coming from set pieces. Since Badashiels came on, he's looked extremely dangerous from them. As you would expect when you've got the big man in the heart of his sort of defence/corner routine. But other than that, Kasper Schmeichel right now is on for a wage ride. Scoops will be about to renew his contract for another 10 years and see him out until he's 45 if performances keep up like this. He will throw everything at him. He will see him as good as Gianluigi Buffon. But here he goes again. Sissoko does foul Poulsen for me, but the ref plays it on. It's gone wide from Tossart. Really poor decision making there from Tossart, to be honest. And is that another pause? It is indeed. Scoops is making some changes. Maybe not happy with that. We'll see if we can update you on that. I'll flip the tab. As you can see, he's in full concentration mode here as Mr. Scoops Callahan. This would keep him tied with Not So Secret, and both of them just 3 points behind Mircon, by the way, both with a better goal difference. So this is worst case scenario for Mircon right now. with the other results. That was just having a quick look at that live league table. So apologies if goals happened in like the 94th minute and I didn't have that fully updated. But again, Scoops is on the ball. Draxler knocked away by Schmidt. Varane trying to bring it forward, but he's running at his own man, who's kind of blocking him getting forward. Uara intercepts a pass. Knocked away. Varane intercepts again. Long ball. Moreno. Is it a huge moment? It's not. It's straight. It's Michael. Scoops will breathe a sigh of relief. He will not want Schmeichel releasing this ball. The referee should be blown any second now. We're 45 seconds over time. Mateos Nunes plays it down. Shadibe, out it goes. Referee has to be blowing it here.
I mean, I'm no lip reader, but that was blow the whistle, ref.
It definitely was. I was about to kind of like that. Oh, my days. Oh! João Pedro's handballed it. I thought it was going to go in. It is all over. It Scoops 2, the mini ball 1. What a finish. What a finish. As João Pedro tried to do his best Diego Maradona impression.
and it worked. It worked well. I can confirm as well, done for you. All the other games finished. I was looking at a live league table on iWar Stream, and they are both on 10, so they only need their 3 points, depending on goal difference.
Shoot, I've just lost the thing. Sorry, guys. Give me a second.
No problems. Right, we will run through in a second results from game week 5 and match week 6 is fixtures. But just before we do that, is there anything to add from your game, Lou, that didn't come up on comms or you didn't get a chance to share with us?
No, not really. I mean, I think the scoreline was probably a little bit closer than it should have been. Brackle started like an absolute house on fire. Pokes did manage to get back at him and get close, but I think it's well deserved from Brackle, and I think pretty much qualified. Although he is going to have a lot of problems with suspensions for this next game.
Wicked. Anything from you, Don, on your game to add?
No, I think I got everything in apart from the nap that I had about halftime.
Wicked, good stuff. And just over to you, Mel. Anything from your game that you didn't manage to get in or wasn't said?
I'd say not a secret property. Probably just about deserves to win it. The goal was a pretty dodgy defensive error, but I think just on the balance of play, just had that little edge, and Badgie is still currently winless after 5 games. We've got two more to break that somewhat donut.
Yeah, I'm very surprised in seeing Badgie bottom. We will do results and then table and then fixtures. So we'll start off with Brackle 3, Pokes 2, Roy 4, iWolf 2, Badgie 0, Not So Secret 1, Scoops 2, Tamini 1. That leaves the table looking as follows. Brackle is still top on 12 with 5 goal difference. Roy is in second on 12 with 5 goal difference. So they're head-to-head. He's splitting them at the minute, maybe on games. I don't know if they've played each other, but they are joint first and second. Third place is Not So Secret on 10 points with a 7 goal difference. Scoops is 4th on 10 points with a 2 goal difference. And then it drops off. In 5th place, we have Tamina with 6. Wharf's in 6th with 4. Pokes is in 7th with 3. And Badgie is holding up the league with 1 point in last place.
I'm going to give some quick team news if you're all right with that.
Yeah, fire away.
There is 3 confirmed suspensions for Brackle to Debo, Aaron, and João Felix. 3 major players for him, all suspended for his next game.
Wow, that's big. Especially as Roy and Brackle are tied on goal difference and on points. If we get any other team news, just pop in and shout it out.
We've got 3 suspensions for Not So Secret. Pablo Mavi, Delaney, and Calabria are out, presumably on yellow cards. And
those 2 are playing each other as well, by the way.
Yeah.
So that's 6 suspensions in that one game.
Match day
Yeah.
6 fixtures are as follows. Not So Secret plays Brackle. Pokes plays Roy. Tamini plays Badgie. And Wharf plays Scoops. So some big games in there. Brackle and Not So Secret is looking tasty with 6 suspensions. I think Roy against Pokes. This is a chance for maybe Roy to take top spot off Brackle that he's been holding on for so long now. And then also Scoops plays Wharf in a fixture. I think he really doesn't just need to win, but he needs to try and get a few goals to up that goal difference of 2 for Scoops.
I think for me personally, Brackle Not So Secret has to be the stream game. You're talking first versus third. Not only can Not So Secret overtake Brackle, Scoops can overtake Brackle. He can go from first to fourth here with how this table's worked out. Yeah. Despite the amazing form he's had, he's had one defeat. He's got one game, and he can still drop to fourth with one game to go. This is how tight it is, and I think it's just too many implications. I think that it's just the game of the week, mate.
I completely agree. We'll be getting that one definitely on the big screen for you. We'll go from top to bottom with the game picks then. Mal, who would you like to watch in game week 6?
I'm happy to stick with Tamini Ball and Badgie.
Okay, no problem. Don?
I will take Pokes versus Roy.
And that leaves Wharf versus Scoops for Lou. That's okay, mate.
That's good. I have to say that Scoops' pre-match ritual for this one is to play the game. How many hula hoops can you fit in your mouth before one of them breaks? So I can't actually give you any team news from Scoops because his face is currently full of hula hoops.
Ask him to say happy bunnies while he's doing it, please, just because it'll make me laugh.
I think he's pretty much got the whole bag in his mouth, to be fair.
Just a bit of news from Brackle's team perspective, as we can see on screen here. He has got the 3 red cards, but he's also got Skamaka, Al-Shawari, Terrier, Palinho, Thierry Randall Carrera, and Mukhtar Dikabe, all on yellow cards that could potentially be missing the final game, which could potentially be a title-winning game on the line for him. So that could be massive as well, something to look out for.
Yeah. In terms of team news here, Tamini Ball doesn't have any suspensions at all, and he's only got 2 picking yellow cards. He's having a very clean tournament, is Tamini. And Badgie, I believe, has 2, I think, based off he's only got 1 player left off the bench, and he does make a couple of changes to his tactic. So he has made a couple of changes. He made it himself. He's actually put St. Maximin as a winger, which is where he should be, and he's fiddling around with the tempo and wideness and all that sort of stuff. He's going for a lower tempo to start off, which is unusual at the moment.
Iwolf has had a bit of a shake up with his formation, but he's lost Grimaldo to suspension. He's got 7 players on bookings in his first team and 1 on the bench. I still haven't seen anything from Scoops. He's still eating his hula hoop.
Roy has 2 suspensions. Duarte is one of them, but I can't see the other. He did scroll down. I spotted it. I just couldn't get the name off in time before he scrolled back up. Obviously, while they're suspended, there's no reason to be down there. While Pokes has Gianluigi Mancini also suspended. I don't believe there's any below him, but I could be wrong in that assessment.
Not So Secret's just looking at Brackle's suspensions and yellow cards, and there's a bit of a smile on his face. He's got a couple of suspensions, Not So Secret. He's also got Gilbert on a yellow card, Bakayoko on a yellow card, and Sule on a yellow card. So there's not as many as Brackle, but there potentially could be a couple more players out for the final game, with it being such an influential game in the table, depending on results in game week 6. as we're about to go into games and kick off.
Yep. It's again quite tapped against Tamini Ball's very narrow formation. I'm surprised it's not had much, not been much success against it really. Tamini Ball's been doing quite well considering there's a relatively glaring lack of width in it. Like, the only wide players he got now because he's moved his left back to an inverted wing back is right full back. Unless he's got the advanced playmaker on wide, stay wider. I've not seen his player instructions, so that could be the case. Yeah. Currently going through the team talks at the moment.
I've just got to say, I'm watching Roy, and I've not had a huge amount of chance to watch Roy over the sort of time that I've wanted to watch him. And, that doesn't just include tonight, if that makes sense. But he has this aura about him. When you're looking at that camera, you can just see that aura. It's like, when you used to go to Old Trafford, you would see Alex Ferguson, or you would go to the Highbury and you would see Arsene Wenger. Just that aura. Roy has that aura when he's just sitting there with those glasses on, just staring at the pitch.
So, Roy's the Dutch Sir Alex Ferguson confirmed. That's what you're saying.
Yeah.
I'm gonna. Should I DM that to him after the game, after the tournament?
I don't know if his ego could handle it.
Goal.
No.
Straight to the
17 seconds on the clock, and Iwolf is ahead. And what a finish that was! Simakan with the ball forward. Aguilar, brilliant ball through, and what a chip that was, and what a goal! 15 seconds actually on the clock when that went in.
Rumours has it there's now 300 half-tune hula hoops on the floor.
What a goal from Pedro Goncalves. How's the other games getting? We're just getting started in ours. Karsdorp with an early yellow card, so we'll go to Mal, see how his game's getting on first.
So far, there's only really been one highlight, and that's gone towards Badgie. He's shot that just went wide of the post, and he's got another one coming up here. But he has had the best of the game so far. He's had 2 shots in target compared to me. He's 1. And there's a lot more shots than not shots in general. Seem to be possibly getting a bit more look down the wide areas than some other people have against him. Oh, to me, but Emma plays through. Oh, he normally scores those. Oh, well saved by the Bauman to Tamini's goal. He's already in 7.0. There you go.
Straight to done.
I have absolutely no idea what Pokes' defence does here. I really cannot explain this. The replay is going to have to. The initial ball is to one striker who misses it. Defender also misses it. The entire defence just switch off. And Canales, who's I'm pretty sure isn't the quickest, runs about 10 yards to get to the ball before them. Then just runs through and goal and tucks it home. He's literally ran half the length of the pitch to do that by himself without a challenge. I cannot believe it. It is 1-0 Roy.
And that did, for about a minute, put Roy top of the table. But there is a goal here, and it's to Brackle, and he responds straight away to Roy's goal. It's Undav who passes it out wide to Porro. Porro then runs down to get himself into a decent crossing area. Undav with the header, saved first of all by the keeper, but it rebounds straight back to him, and he pokes home from close range. 11 minutes gone, 1-0 Brackle. I don't think news to the fans just sieve through to the ground yet, so,
The only person who's enjoying this right now is Mircon.
Yeah.
It's a goal.
Over to Don.
I've got to let the replay do the talking here. Again, Pokes is going to be frustrated at this. 1, what's his defence doing? 2, what is his goalkeeper doing, man? I mean, there should be a tackle here, and the goalkeeper's not all over the place.
So again, that goal there for Roy put him top of the league on goal difference. But whatever Roy can do, apparently Brackle can do better. Our boy from Millwall there, it's a throw-in, and it's through all the way into Mukhtar Diakabe, who heads it down, and it's 2-2. This is exciting stuff. We're very quiet from Mal and Lou. Do one of you want to give us an update on how your game's going?
I mean, not much happening, to be honest, since the Badger's chance. I mean, he's gotten back into the game, but couple of half chances, really. Nothing to really report on here. So
No
head towards
worries.
half time.
What about you, Lou?
Well, Gonzalez hit the post. Could have had a second. It's been all Wolf really. We're at half time and Scoops is changing the system. He's going strikerless. He's taken the big man Giroud off. So we'll see how he does with this strikerless.
Okay, then seeing how he goes with the strikerless. We've gone a bit quiet in this game, but Brackle is still sort of creating the chances according to the stats, but Not So Secret has had the couple of highlights that we've had. We'll stay with this one as Grifo plays through Ronaldo, and Ronaldo slots it past the keeper. I think it's going to be onside. It is onside as he runs back with the ball. So this goal for Not So Secret to make it 2-1 puts Roy top of the league as it stands. We'll pass over to Don to get an update on that game.
It's 2-0 at half time, mate.
2-0 half time. Wicked. Good stuff. So if scores stay the same, Roy will be top of the league on goal difference. But it's FM and it's never, ever going to be no goals in the second half unless Lou's watching all 4 games. How are we getting on in your game, Mo? It's very quiet from you down there. Has Lou passed his little curse over to you?
Yeah, it seems like at the moment it's 0-0 half time. Badgie's making a couple of tactical tweaks, and Tamini's keeping an eye on his daughter, I think, who's been running into shots occasionally. Sounds like something Don can relate to.
Yes, very much so. I feel Badgie's pain.
And
that's why I had to disappear before, by the way, guys. My little one woke up and I just heard her cry and I was like, right, mute up, camera up, run. So I do apologise for that. We've not mentioned that bit just so people know why I did that.
How's your game going, Lou?
It's still mostly Wolf. The highlights are starting to dry up a little bit now. Well, as we say that, Barella with the corner, and it's headed away. Draxler. Off go.
This is a huge goal. It is Karim Adeyemi for Pokes. It's Sean Dyche football from the back, over the top, bounces down. Adeyemi wins the race with the goalkeeper, and no mistake from it into the back of the net.
There we go. And it's all as it was at the start of the games. Both level on points, both level on goal difference. What are we going to have happening in the second half? Straight to Lou.
We just stopped for a highlight here, but it looks like Andre Silva. I think this may go to VAR. Oh no, we're going to see the replay. It is Aguilar into Barella, and then there's a brilliant ball into Andre Silva, and he volleys it home. It's 2-0 Wolf, and it's very well deserved. Scoops has not had a shot on target after an hour played.
There we go. 2-0 Wolf in that game. We're still stuck on half. Oh, we're just about to kick off. There's been lots of changes. I think Not So Secret tweaking things there. Let's see how we can get on in the second half. First 6 minutes, and we've not had a highlight. Although Brackley's still creating the chances by the stats. It's definitely going to be wanting to get another goal. Paro with the throw. Plays in Terrier. Undav. Oh, it's deflected. It takes a little nick off the defender and goes out for a corner. Mukhtar there with the corner. It's in front post cleared well by Not So Secret centre back, and Ronnie picks it up. And the end of highlight. It's very quiet around all the other games. We're gonna go down to Mal first.
Goal.
No, we're not. We're gonna go to Don.
It's a goal for Roy. Kind of been against the run of play since half time, to be honest with you. Pokes has really came back into this. I thought he was going to score at one end. It got cleared up. He was then coming back, and it's just been a counter. Zanolio playing it into Ajorque. Again, it's poor defending. The two centre backs come across, and neither of them make a challenge here.
So, straight to Lou.
It's another goal for Wolf. It started on a Scoops attack, and there's a great tackle in the penalty area, and then the ball's just escaped. Oh, and the ball's just escaped up the other end. Giori with a great cross in. It was headed away. Aguilar then getting the ball across, and Andre Silva volleys at home. It's
and
3-0
it's a
Wolf.
goal. Brackle. News started filtering through to the fans that Roy had gone ahead in the game. There was nerves floating around, but Pedro Porro, man with ice running through his veins, crosses deep to the back post to Scamacca, and Gianluca Scamacca gets his head to it and nods it home to make it 3-1. And
Goal.
that means, straight to Don.
It's more good news for Brackle. It's Karim Adeyemi once again. This was a VR check. It's awarded. Adeyemi has made it 3-2. It was a throw-in. Maxen Zimmerman, I don't know what he's doing. And Jose one touch in, and Adeyemi unmarked in the middle of the box. I really don't know what Zimmerman's done there. Absolute shocker. And Brackle now has a slight bit of breathing space by 1 goal difference.
It's about time. I feel like I'm watching the tennis like this, back and forward, back and forward. So I'm either renaming myself as Churchill the Nodding Dog, or I feel like I'm up Wimbledon on centre court. Right. We'll see what else is going to bring us in the last 15-20 minutes.
We're at full time here. It's finished. Iwolf 1, Scoops. Iwolf 3, Scoops 0. Sorry. A very, very well deserved win. Scoops did not have an answer to that formation.
And what about you, Mal? How is your game going?
Still not much happening. Still 0-0. Badgie's making some changes to try and get a late goal, but not sure if there's. I suppose it's worth a try, but to me, he seems to be happy, content with a 0-0 at the moment. Badgie again taking advice from his chat at the moment.
If you're okay with me jumping in to talk about completely irrelevant, after that, Zimmerman is getting subbed off.
Thanks, anyway, Glossy.
Are you jumping in? No?
No, but I'm just saying thanks. Glossy's made over saying thanks, and Badgie's still doing some changes. So going very thorough.
Can I just say that third place is still up for grabs with Not So Secret and Scoops both losing. The top 2 are confirmed to go through here. That if Not So Secret wins his last game, he is definitely the best third place team in there. Scoops,
Go!
Nope.
Straight to Don.
It's going to VAR, but it is an equaliser for Pokes. Pokes, it's awarded. I can't believe this. What is going on? Nuno Santos plays it to Adeyemi, who's having the game of his life, ball across Bettina. The goalkeeper, I think, gets a hand to that, and it goes in. That is huge. Not just in terms of Roy going through, guaranteed, but for Scoops and Not So Secret, who can now both catch Roy in the last game, I think. Because he'll get 13 points.
Yeah.
Quick update: Brackle's finished 3, Not So Secret 1, and Pokes having a major say in what's happening at the top of the table.
Yeah. Full time here, it's 0-0. Not much happened.
That sounded like a really interesting game there, Mel.
Definitely got the.
Yeah, definitely got the Lou game, haven't you? How's your game there?
Oh, we finished a long time ago. Well deserved 3-0 win for Wolf.
Wicked. So we've got about 12 minutes left. We're going to go to Don to finish us off. See us out here, Don.
Excuse me. Zanolio has got Roy back in front. Pokes is doing his best to keep this sweat on for everyone. But Gravenberch is cross in, finds Zanolio, who's just got that half yard to take the strike. What a touch. But he's not giving up here, folks. He's really giving Roy. He's really making Roy work for this.
Yeah, Pokes is very much tenacity. Is very much his thing. He's he never gave up during the after the playoffs, and he's definitely not going to give up now.
He's just scored again. I think this one's going to be rolled off when I say
I think
this.
that's offside.
I think it is. But again, it's shown that he's still going for it. I'm pretty certain that's disallowed. It looked clear cut to me. It is indeed. But again, he's going for it. He really is. It's just Vittina's going too early here, far too early. And he doesn't need to go that early, I don't think. But unlucky Pokes. Kind of like direct from that offside as Roy comes forward, looking to put this to bed. Rosier breaking through. Gravenberg. Gnabry. Decent ball in. Oh, it's just wide from Zanolio. This game is still on, guys. Game is still on. It remains 4-3 to Roy. I tell you what, Pokes, keep your head up high, regardless of what happened. Mate, keep your head up because you have shown huge amount of heart in this. You really have. Canales. Oh, it's deflected. It's gone in. That is going to be the win. It's deflected off Philip Max. That guarantees the win for Roy, and I believe that also brings him back on a parity of goal difference with Brackle, both on 15, so both capable of winning this right now. That is a huge deflection. Do you know what? I don't think that's on target, I really don't think that's on target.
Yeah.
Definitely both back on the same points and goal difference. Go on, Mal.
Yeah, it's very, very unlucky for Pokes there. Pokes, as you say, he managed to claw it back to 3-3, but then go for Roy and then that massive deflection. Yeah, Pokes is Pokes is doing his up from the path to the playoffs. It seems like into RTL. That's why, as you say, don't give up, don't stop drafting because you'll be your luck will be awarded someday. Just look at Gav, and I know he performed in his first few tournaments.
Yeah. Also, as Eloise has just put in chat, how many streams is Mircom watching right now, do you think? Because 90 minutes ago, it didn't look like he was in good shape. Now he only needs 2 results to go his way, and he is through into our final. He will be joined by Roy and Brackle, guaranteed. Sai, indeed, 1 game left. Also, how you doing, Sai? Lovely to see you popping in, buddy. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
So it's all down to the last game at the top of the table.
It is
Brackle versus Roy. We've also got the 3rd place shoot-off, possibly between Not So Secret and, well, I don't know if Scoops can get it. It depends.
Scoops has to have Scoops has to win 2-0 and Not So Secret lose to go through on goal. No, is it 2 or 3?
No.
It might be 3.
No, because Not So Secret. I believe
Not So Secret's on 10 still. So if Scoops wins and gets a positive goal difference out of it, and Not So Secret loses, then Scoops would finish on 13 with a positive goal difference. So Scoops can still make it as long as Not So Secret doesn't level that score.
Right, then we do have results in. We also have a table in. Do we have a table in?
I do believe Mircon is on 0 goal difference, so if either of them win,
Different.
I've just asked.
I think Scoops is on minus. Scoops on -1 at the moment.
I'm not looking at.
So Scoops has to win by 2 goals.
If he wins
in order
by
to
1,
have a chance. If he wins by 1, it goes to goals scored, wasn't it?
Yeah. Now I've not seen goals scored because I've not seen a full table yet at all in this entire tournament. I believe it was 13-0-13 for Mircon. Again, I could be wrong on that.
So we'll go with the results first, then we'll go with the table, and then we'll go with the last round of fixtures for match week 7. It was Not So Secret 1, Brackle 3. Pokes with a valiant effort against Roy. It was Pokes 3, Roy 5. In the game of the day, watched by Mal, it was Tamini 0, Badgie 0. and then it was Wolf 3, Scoops 1. As we got to look at the table, we have in first place, we now have Roy on 15 points with 7 goal difference. In second, we have Brackle on 15 points with 7 goal difference. On third place, we have Not So Secret with 10 points and a 5 goal difference. And then Scoops holds fourth place with 10 points and a -1 difference. Then the following now are confirmed, definitely not in the final, is Tamini in 5th, 7 points. Worf 6th with 7 points. Pokes is sitting in 7th with 3 points. And we still have Badgie, which I can't believe this, is bottom of the table with no wins on 2 points. Nobody would have thought that at the start of the evening.
And there's
Nobody.
Badgie Scoops as well. And I think Scoops has got a good chance here, although he's missing 2.
The match week 7 fixtures are as follows. Brackle will have a home tie against Tamini. Roy also has a home tie against Not So Secret. Badgie plays against Scoops, and Iwolf plays Pokes. So
That Not So Secret game is incredible because Roy wants to go for the title, and Not So Secret wants that third place. So that is going to be absolutely instrumental in how this all finishes.
Definitely, that's main screen action right there for you, everybody.
Right now, Mircon is in Roy's chat, paying him as much money as he can to absolutely batter Not So Secret. That may or may not be true. I have not been in Roy's chat to check. I better check before I say any further and end up a legal thing. No, I can confirm he has not said anything to Roy about paying him money. Legal things matter here.
Yeah, there's always done there, stirring the pot. Love it. Right. So I'll have Roy versus Not So Secret on the main screen, and then I'll let you guys fight over whoever you want. In fact, let Mal pick first because he had the boring game in the last one. Yeah.
I will go for the don't think it really matters game of Iwolf and Pokes to let you two have the important stuff.
Go on then.
Go on in, Dom.
Do you want Scoops, mate? I know you're quite.
Yeah, I'm happy to take Scoops again. Yeah.
Yeah, right. I'll take Brackle versus Thunderbolt then.
Wicked. Right, there we go then. Last round week of fixtures incoming. Let's go. We've got to have Roy's stream up on this. With them glasses and that shirt, looking like he's just got off the plane in Ibiza. He does have Pareza and Raul Bellanova out suspended, Roy. In early team news. Let's just have a look at Not So Secret. Not So Secret's got Timo Bakayoko and Frederick Gilbert out injured. I don't think Gilbert's been a starter, but Bakayoko definitely has been when I've been watching him. So both players with 2 suspensions. Any team news from anywhere else?
Yeah, Badgie's changed formation. He's got straight edge in his stream, and he is going for the formation that straight edge lost in the final of the competition at the weekend. So basically, back 4, 2 defensive midfielders, a central midfielder all on his own, and then a front 3. So we'll see how that one plays out. Scoops has not changed too much. He's moved a while, very much more central, but he does have 2 suspensions, Tavares and I can't see who the other one is, Lucas somebody or whatever. So pretty much the same from Scoops, but Badgie's completely changed it up.
I'm not sure if I'm Badgie. I am listening to Straight Edge on tactical advice with his draft history. But both Thumniball and Brackle here are playing tactics that I've seen them playing throughout this tournament, so no real major changes here. I've not spotted any suspensions. That's not to say there's not been any, just that I've not seen far enough down their squads, unfortunately.
I don't think there's any suspensions for either. Wolf and Pokes seem to be sticking with their tactics they've used previously as well. Very similar, quite similar ones actually. So it could be a very close. Could be quite a close game. Yeah, it's a bit of I was going to say a dead game, but like sort of like a game again. That means a game that means nothing. So it's somehow it's meant to be like a 3-3 classic, as it is in FM sometimes.
Both competitors, Roy and Not So Secret, sticking with the same tactic really that they've played throughout. It's got them this far, and I don't think they're going to want to change at this present moment in time. Unless Not So Secret takes the lead, we might see the kitchen sink come out again from Roy. But we'll have to wait and see what the games have in store for us just as we're about to get into them and kick off. This is the final week of games, and we have Brackle and Roy both fighting for first place. We also have Not So Secret fighting for the best third place playoff with Scoots with an outside chance.
Yeah. We've got Peaches, just Peaches made into Pokes, so his final match is going to be viewed by all of his watchers. The battle for the I wouldn't even say it's a wooden spoon battle for like mid-table mediocrity is very much on.
I mean, Thumniball is going to be delighted to hear that he's only got 90 more minutes of football to play before he can get to his bed. I imagine Roy's probably not too far off that as well.
Yeah. It's dedication for both Roy and Tommy for to stay up this late to stay in our draft. But yeah, it's we're grateful for them for doing so.
Straight to Don.
It's Brackle, it's Tadibo, it's a free kick, Felix whipping it in, back stick, and there is Tadibo. Free header, goalkeeper caught a little bit out of position there to readjust for the situation. 1-0 Brackle after just 4 minutes played.
That sees Brackle go top at the minute, but we haven't kicked off yet in the game between Roy and Not So Secret. Not So Secret's doing a few team instructions and giving his team talk. He's going to pump them fists. And we're off. What can we have in this game? First highlight goes to Not So Secret. We go straight to Lou.
And there's a goal for Bargy. He's actually started this game really, really well. Martial and St. Maximum have both been very tricky so far. Martial gets the ball across. The shot is deflected, and it's an own goal, and it's 1-0 Bargy.
It's 1-0 Not So Secret, and it's AJ's boy, Vincenzo Griffo. It's a lovely move. Moise Keane into Ronaldo. Ronaldo plays it back to Davide Calabria, who whips in a cross, and Griffo is there in acres of space to slot it past the keeper from just outside the 6-yard box. 1-0 Not So Secret.
Goal. Oh, no, it's offside.
Don is in some form of mild shock there.
Yes, I am. Essentially, there's been a long ball through to Undav, and we know how clinical Undav's been. And he takes it and he just launches it into Rose's head from about 7 yards out. I mean, as soon as it's into Rose's head, rumours are it's about to land in my back garden.
He must have hit that with some power.
Yeah.
Oh, I've never seen it. I've never seen anything like it.
High, wide, and not so handsome, as the saying goes.
Yeah, we've Not So Secret has had a shot from about 35 yards out and hit the crossbar. First chance for Roy fell to the poor man's Mbappe, Serge Gnabry, and he managed to hit high, wide, and not all handsome. So it's still 1-0 here to Not So Secret. We're just accumulating a lot of yellow cards at the minute. That's 4 in the first 21 minutes. All the other games seem to be very slow. We'll go to Lou. How is your game getting on?
Yeah, we had a disallowed goal for Scoops. Ball was played in. It was a cracking header, saved, and on the rebound, he was offside, and he's just hit the bar as well. But I think it was that would have been ruled out anyway for handball. So Scoops coming up with some chances. I don't think this one's over yet. We've just hit half time.
And what about you, Mal?
Still 0-0 here. Pokes has probably had slightly better the game so far. Although then there's not been much in the way of chances on target. Both sides have had six shots on 6 shots. There's been a total of 1 shot on target between them. So yeah, lots of. Oh, I think it's a penalty. Oh, it's a free kick. Okay, I thought it was going to be a penalty. It did pause inside the box and it got very confused.
We're 1-0 here at half time to Not So Secret. Roy is having most of the game. Not So Secret, just the 1 shot on target. So we'll go to Don. How's it going?
It is still 1-0 to Brackle. The stats would suggest that Thumb the Ball's on top a little bit, but all the highlights have gone one way.
Goal.
On you go.
There's a goal for Alan St. Maximin for Bargy. It's 2-0 and it starts from a counter-attack. Martial run from the halfway line right up to the edge of the box. It's a great ball back. Then Weagle plays the ball in for St. Maximin to header in at the far post. It's 2-0 Bargy.
Back to you then, Don. What was you saying?
We've just had a goal, to be honest with you, mate. Just
Oh,
as
go on,
much as I open my mouth. It is Thumb the Ball who has scored. With the result at your end, this tightens things up right now. It is a really sort of incisive counter-attack. Malin with the ball over the top. Immobile with 1 touch. You know he doesn't miss them. Brilliant finish from Immobile. Brackle 1, Thumb the Ball 1, right on the turn of half-time.
There we go. So that, as it stands, I think Brackle will be going through as the champion, just with the draw. But if Roy gets a goal back, Roy will take over at the top.
Yes.
It just kicked off here the second half as Gnabry plays a ball through, and it's a goal. It's a goal. It's come straight from kickoff. It's hoofed upfield by the goalkeeper. Zaniolo, of all people, wins the header. Gnabry plays the through ball to Esposito. There was a tackle by Anderson, and it falls lovely into Ajorque's feet. And Ajorque slots home past the keeper, 1-1. And that there changes everything.
Goal Wolf. Amin Guri from inside the box. Good play. Don't see the highlights. I'll go to my Wolf screen. Lovely blood ball through to Marino. Going across box to Kirby. Good shot. 1-0 Wolf.
There we go. 1-0 Iwolf against Pokes. Quick recap on your game, Lou. How's it going?
It's still 2-0 to Bargy at the moment. Scoops hasn't been able to muster too much. So Maximin's had another chance well saved as Pizzy puts the ball in the box and it's over the bar from Scoops. Scoops has to score 4 goals in order to go through. It's not going to happen.
Yeah, I think we can safely say, barring a miracle, Scoops is out. Also, at the minute, Not So Secret will be out. FM Mayacon will be absolutely loving life. But there is still a good half to play in the game that we're watching on screen. We're going to go to Don for a quick recap on the Brackle game.
We've got a highlight just now, but there's been nothing since half time until this point. Labour's just bringing it into the box. It's a ball across. It's Samaka. It's Brackle 1-2. And Tumney ball 1. You pick your moments to come across to me, King. Don't you? It's. I don't. Do you know what? I'm just going to let the highlight do the talking. It's another great ball across. Brackle seems to have a way of getting these sort of like FIFA tramps goals in FA. I don't know how he gets these people out wide to cross. They always just shoot into the post for me. But yeah, Brackle 2-1.
He's got the hacks on. He's getting his little sweaty goals scored. But that does put him top of the league table as it stands. Unless we can get a goal from Roy or we get a goal from Tamina. So we'll see how it goes. We are paused here on the 61st minute. I think we're having a couple of changes from Roy. We're also having a few tactical instructions from Not So Secret, because obviously Not So Secret is he's not out yet. He can come back potentially, but it's a long way.
Go Wolf.
We'll go straight
Possibly
to Mal.
offside. Ball through to Gonçalves. No, it's onside. Ball through to Gonçalves. And by Nianzu. Good one to be fair. And come on into the box. Keeper dove a bit too early. Patrick Gonçalves into the bottom right hand corner. 2-0. Should be game over. I think. Not seen too much from Pokes in the most of the game, to be honest. So yeah, should be game over.
There's a goal. Or is it? It might be offside, actually.
We'll get to learn.
There's a great ball in. Belotti with a good finish. But I think this is, there you go. Goal disallowed. And that just sums up how this game's gone for Scoops. It was a brilliant ball in from Gutierrez. Just fractionally offside. This one is just about to finish.
There we go. We still paused on the 61st minute in my game, so we're definitely getting the delaying tactics from Not So Secret. He's not ready to go home just yet. Don, how are we looking in the Brackle?
It's been paused for a fair bit of time. It's just literally started to play again now. It remains Brackle 2, Thumbnail 1. No other highlights to talk of.
Okay, then we're still paused over here. I'd say, it's been a very even game. Roy's had 11 shots, Not So Secret 10, both 4 on target. The XG's quite similar. We're just about to kick off now. Not So Secret going three up top. He's got Ronaldo, Wind, and Keane. What a front three. With potentially Griffo supplying them. So we'll have to see what he can do as he gets a highlight. Calabria, Anderson, plays it all the way back to the keeper. Back to Sule, to Endika. It's going to be wide to Griffo. Just playing it around. No urgency about the play at the minute. They're just luring into a full sense of security. Roy's there nodding his head to the IB for tunes. Pacheco now boots the ball upfield. We've seen this over-the-top ball be so powerful this year's FM. Zaniolo picks it up. And Jure. Oh, good save from Not So Secret's goalkeeper.
Full time here, 2-0 Iwolf.
If I was Not So Secret, I would be recreating Roy's kitchen sink formation.
We've got a goal. It's Jonas Wind, and it's Not So Secret 2. Roy 1. Massive goal in the title race. Delaney played it back to Endika. Endika there just punts one. Long ball forward. Jonas Wind chests it down, takes it with his left foot and slots it into the keeper's far corner. It's 2-1. Then tactical changes that we was waiting for about 10 minutes for have paid off. Roy's he's smiling, but I'm getting the feeling it's a bit of a nervous smile. He knows that he's going to be through, but I think he so wanted to win the title. How's the game going for Brackle?
I think news is filtering through to Brackle on that one because our game's ahead of your one. We're just going into the 90th minute just now. It's still 2-1. But I'm pretty sure he is listening to you. Brackle, if you're listening to us, give us a wave, mate. I'm pretty sure he mouthed wind as I go, he's just scored again. He's just scored. It is an offside decision. It's awarded. It's 3-1. That probably seals it for Bracco now. You see what it means to the man. It is Samaka, his man of the tournament. As he gives his best Emilio Martinez impression. Our qualifier, who finished second by a point, is about to win this tournament and goes direct to the final.
Wow, in Bracco there. Big result for him against Tamino. We paused on the 74th minute in the game that's currently on screen. I think Not So Secret again is making changes. Does Not So Secret need any more goals to be through? He's currently on 13 points with 6 goal difference. So is that enough to see Not So Secret getting through?
If Not So Secret wins, he's through easily on goal difference. So he just got to hope that that Roy doesn't come back again.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. The kitchen sink's out. It's that time of the evening again.
It's a very narrow WM, that.
Yeah, it is. But it does work. We've seen it earlier.
Yeah, it's definitely worth going for at this point, for sure.
It's got nothing to lose to break Not So Secret's heart. I mean, he does need 2 goals to get the result in the last 10 minutes. And I'm a betting man, but I don't want to say it's not going to happen because we all know what FM's like. It can spring the biggest of surprises, but it's going to be a tall order from here. As like literally the last 10 minutes have given us no highlights. We're into for third minute of 5 added on. We're playing. There we go. It's finished, and Bracco is our Group B champion. Roy ends up going through in second place, and I think we'll have this confirmed. Not So Secret will be our best third place playoff. It finishes Roy 2.
He is definitely.
He is, yeah.
Roy 2, Not So Secret. Roy 1, Not So Secret 2. Sorry. Well played.
Yep.
What a night. What a few games that was. Absolutely brilliant stuff from our competitors. Right, so we'll get and have a few raids coming in now. Thank you, Badgie, for the raid. Shout out to Badgie, what a legend. Thank you for taking part tonight, Badgie. It's a bit unlucky for you. We're going to have a roundup of the scores in a minute when we get them. And that was Badgie's last stream. I'm hearing. Is that right, Lou?
What I got in chat, yeah. The man himself can probably confirm that for us.
Wow.
While we're waiting on that, he did manage to pull himself just above Pokes at the end there. I'll let you go through the results, buddy.
Right, we have results in. It's Bracco 3, Tamini 1, Roy 1, Not So Secret 2, Badgie 2, Scoops 0. So he ends up getting his win in the end. What a legend. And Iwarth 2, Pokes 0. So they are the results.
Yeah.
We'll let Don come back in.
Yeah, I am just going to share this because that is going to give us the confirmed league table for Group B in this season's Road to Legends. We've got Bracco, the champion of Group B, came through the qualifiers and he's absolutely stormed it tonight. We've got Roy in second place, 3 points behind on 15 points, also joining him in the final. To answer Straight Edge's question, Not So Secret in third with 13 points, matching what Mircon did last time. But crucially, for Not So Secret, He has 6 goal difference, which is enough to see him go into our final next week. We've got Iworth, who had a sort of late resurgence to get back into 4th, and Scoops, who will be disappointed at the end there. We are now in a bit of inception, so I'm going to remove that. I didn't get the rest, so I believe it was then Badgie and Pokes at the bottom. I feel like I'm missing someone who would be...
Tamini Ball was 6th.
Tamini Ball, that is correct. So Tamini Ball, then it was Badgie, and then Pokes, unfortunately, at the bottom. But Pokes really gave us a title. You know, he affected games. That was key today. Really, really great to see him reacting at every single goal. That is what we want this community to see. You know, every single one of us understands what it's like to lose games and you can't do anything. I am hugely impressed with the fact that Pokes is in that mindset, but is still celebrating every single goal. It's difficult to do. So huge credit to Pokes.
Yeah, great stuff. Thanks for the raid, Brackle, as well. We're not going to do interviews tonight because we have gone on a bit later than planned. So we do apologise to those who have won and got through. But obviously, you know, everybody's had a long evening. So we'll probably catch up with you some point in between the final or after the final or something like that. But don't worry. I've just got a few things to say. Congratulations, Brackle, on your first place and tonight's Group B champion. Congratulations to Roy for a valiant effort and, you know, pushing Brackle all the way on his second place. Not so secret. Congratulations on your best third place playoff. Well done. Unlucky to FM Miacon. Just missing out. Some of the great parts of the night, Pokes' celebration during game week 4 when he got his first win has got to be one of the best things that I've seen all night. Fidalgo's goal game week 3 was an absolute scorcher, and finally, out of the things to pick up on for the night, Mal celebrating Fidalgo's goal for game week 4. that is what you call a bromance, definitely. I also want to say a massive thank you to all the people behind the scenes. Andrew, Eloise, Jono, you all absolutely do a fantastic job. And without you there, we wouldn't be able to do the show as we do. So shout out Eloise, shout out Andrew. Massive love from all of us here. 2 other quick things before we go. Again, there is the Evolving Mindset website. If you want to go and try and support them, that would be brilliant. And also, I think FM Hub one will be in a minute. Yeah, the FM Hub one will be in the chat in a minute. Go and check out FM Hub. That's our sponsor. But I think that will be it for tonight, guys. If you want to give yourselves a quick shout out before we raid out, that would be perfect. We'll start with you, Lu.
Find me on a Tuesday, Thursday when I'm not doing this, and on a Sunday at Twitch, Lewitt_gaming.
And Mal?
You'll find me probably somehow winning drafts at Malteser_Falcon on Twitch, Malteser_Falcon on Twitter. I have a TikTok, I guess you can follow that as well if you want to. Dom?
You can find me at the Don Gaming FM as soon as I get my new overlay sorted out, because FM Hub sent me such amazing ones that I can't set them up properly because I need to do a little bits to, you know, just get stuff that's on my end to their level. So once they're sorted, I'll be back there.
And you can find me here on Road to Legends Draft when the competition's running. If on a Thursday night, if it's not running, then on a Thursday night, I'll normally be on Football Nation podcast. But my other channel is FM King 007 on Twitch or FM King on Twitter. Thank you for joining us throughout the groups. We will be back next Thursday from around 7:15 with the finals. Make sure you don't miss out because it is going to be an absolute cracker. We've got a few people in the chat at the minute that are going to be participating, and be sure not to miss out on any of the action. I think we're going to raid Kimmy, if that's right, Mal.
Yeah. Don, you might need to do it because it's asked me for verification and I don't have the phone.
Okay.
While we just sort that out, it's been a fantastic night. I hope everybody in chat has enjoyed it. I hope.
Is the name that you sent me in chat 100%
Yes.
accurate before I read the wrong person again, Mal?
Yeah,
Because
let's-
I don't want to repeat a Chuck.
Yeah. Just to confirm the other people in the finals we have at the moment, we've got Jebaru, our previous season's champion. We've also got AJ, who's in the chat at the moment, and we've also got Igomi from the RoadToLegends Group B. We also have 2 invitees to be announced soon. Keep an eye on Twitter. Although one of them should spoil it in the chat. Yeah, that's all gone through. Done. So top man.
You're all good.
Yeah,
So we
nice
can-
one. Nice
Press
one.
end.
Yeah, we can all do our awkward waves out if we need to.
Yeah, we've got to wait until it actually switches us off, Steve.
Yeah.
That's how I cut you off last week because I tried to avoid this awkward thing and then I cut you off before you got your shout out.
Bye everyone.
So yeah, again, just thanks to everyone behind the scenes, thanks to everyone who's competed tonight, and thanks to everyone who has watched it. We can't do any of this without any of those people. Any one of those dominoes falls over, we can't manage what we need to do, guys. So thanks very much.
And we'll see you Tuesday.
Thursday.
Tuesday, innit?
No, it's Tuesday for the final.
Tuesday
for the
Is
final.
it Tuesday?
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, it's
Okay.
Tuesday.
All right. Tuesday, then we'll see you Tuesday.
Yeah,
You better have it off work.
Yeah, it's too late. It's too late for this. All right. Cheers. There you go. Hey.
End podcast. There we go.